Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Dieselpunk Wars. I am one of the developers, and today I'll be first of all checking if the stream is fine, which is why you had a cut in the music for a second there. But most importantly, I'll show you what's so awesome about Dieselpunk Wars, and more importantly tell you the reason why there is a live stream here today in the first place, and that is because we are officially leaving early access. We started early access of Dieselpunk Wars about half a year ago, more or less. The game was in many aspects finished, of course. It did have a campaign and a bunch of play modes, and it was fun, although a bit buggy, admittedly. However, now we are leaving it behind us. We have a new game mode, that being the Endless mode, many fixes and many improvements that our community asked us to implement. So basically what you're seeing right now is the work of not only us the developers, but more importantly of the community that helped us reach this point, not only through the Kickstarter campaign, but also thanks to enormous, and I do mean enormous, amount of feedback that you have been giving us thus far. We are all at the studio very grateful for all of your feedback, and we hope that our release version is going to be most satisfactory to you. Now, of course, there are many of you who are joining this live stream right now who might be a little bit unsure as to what this game is in the first place. What is Dieselpunk Wars all about? Allow me to answer that question for you. Dieselpunk Wars is a vehicle building game where you get to create massive, or small, up to you, vehicles that are completely modular. This game has an advanced physics engine, and it is focused on, well, as you might expect, destruction. And it does have a very advanced physics engine to go along with it. So, for instance, you literally can cut enemy vehicles in half, and if one of the halves is healthy enough, you might still be fighting against, well, just half of an enemy vehicle. So there's a lot going on here under the hood. Every shot, every missile, projectile, everything is calculated in real time to make sure that every bullet ricochets, or rather has a chance to ricochet, when it impacts an armor under a certain angle. So there's a lot going on in this game, and I do hope that it will be up to your liking if you are a newcomer. Of course, I'm just talking right now. I'll just quickly show you something about the game, really quickly, and then I'll get on with talking about what we have added thus far into the game, and talking about what led us to this point, what are the new features, how to use the new features, and all of that good stuff, of course. So, here we are in Dieselpunk Wars. I have entered a creative mode, which is just another name for a sandbox mode. In this mode I can do literally anything I want. As you can see, I started with a small little vehicle, and I'm just driving around in it. I could fire my gun and do other things. More importantly, I could also create a new vehicle by quickly modifying the one I have. For instance, I could just add a gun at the front, because why not? I could add 3 guns if I so desired. And now my vehicle wouldn't drive very well because it's very front heavy, but I'll teach you how to play the game and how to account for the weight and other things. But hey, if the enemy was standing right here, they would be toast. Of course, this might not look very impressive right now, because this isn't the biggest vehicle or the greatest thing you've ever seen just yet. So allow me to change that for you. Let's, for example, load one of the all-time favorites, the Sea Monster vehicle, and allow me then to quickly spawn a few additional vehicles. In creative modes, it's very simple. All I have to do is just, after loading my vehicle, then quickly press on the F2 button, and an enemy will spawn nearby. And as you can see, a battle is going to ensue very shortly, and I'll just keep pressing the F2 button and have more enemies spawn. And I pray that the enemy is not going to bombard me with too many bombs and missiles before I can showcase it to you. So as you can see, just by pressing a few buttons, I have started the battle. Some of my turrets fire automatically, while others await my command, and as you can see, a large chunk of my vehicle has now been destroyed, now even bigger part. Now I'm just driving in what is the front of the vehicle, and soon even that will be lost as the enemy forces are just overwhelming me. But this is a very quick version of what this game is about, so let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about what you can see in the game and the different game modes, and then I'll give you a proper preview. Allow me just quickly to check if the stream is working all right. Is my microphone being picked up? Yes, it does appear so. At the moment it seems like there are no issues. Of course, I do have to make sure that everything is going fine, but my coworkers also would have let me know had there anything been wrong, so I trust in them and I trust in you. And by the way, it might be at times difficult for me to see if anybody posted anything in the chat. We are currently live streaming to YouTube, Twitch and Steam at the same time. However, I do have a chat window open on the side. I might not necessarily see it right off the bat, and there might be a little bit of a delay, but if you have anything you want to say or anything you want to ask me about, please go ahead and just do that, and I'll ask you a question to the best of my possibility. Moreover, the recording of this live stream will be preserved on our YouTube channel, and there will be a rerun on our Steam page, so rest assured that later on you'll be able to catch anything you've missed in case you have missed anything on our live stream. So, without further ado, a very brief TLDR of all of the game modes. First of all, there's the tutorial. Tutorial works, as you might expect, by teaching you about different aspects of building a vehicle, controlling a vehicle, and playing the game. I will not showcase that to you just now. The tutorial has been present in early access for some time now, since one of the patches. In fact, when talking about the patches, I might as well showcase some of the things we have done before the game actually launched. So as you can see on the screen right now, we have a number of different patches showcased on for you on this infographic, and showcasing the work we've done up to this point. I'll showcase that infographic later down the line as well and talk a bit more about it, but right now I just really want to get into the nitty-gritty and start building some vehicles and causing some mayhem. However, there is one question I need to answer right now, and that is, when exactly are we leaving early access and when will you be able to play all of the features described in patch 1.1.0? And the answer to this is quite simple. This will happen at 5 PM Central European Summertime. So again, 5 PM Central European Summertime, this is when we will officially leave early access, and you will gain access to the newest patch with all the newest additions and add-ons. I, being one of the developers, am right now playing the version you'll be able to play in about 2 hours, so for now, just have a little bit more patience as I showcase the new stuff. Alright, that is enough of that, and I can now go ahead and continue talking about the game itself. We have 4 different game modes available. We have the campaign mode, which would simply launch a campaign and let you play through a bunch of story missions across 4 different maps. I have showcased that before, I might showcase that a little bit on today's live stream, just not right now. We have a creative mode, which I already showcased. It's a sandbox mode, you can do anything you want in there. We have an endless mode where you get to fight progressively tougher waves of enemies, which is my personal favorite mode since it offers quite a bit of a challenge, since there's a limit to what kind of vehicles you can create to fight the enemy vehicles. And finally, there's the Battle Simulator mode, which is has undergone the most changes in our patch 1.1, and that is because now in Battle Simulator you can actually create your own scenarios and share them with other players via Steam Workshop. So I'll explain that more as we get to it, but in short, basically you can choose one of those 5 maps, and yes, there are 5 maps. Now we have actually added an extra map for the release, but you can choose any of those maps, add a bunch of vehicles to those maps, add a bunch of buildings, give some goals to pursue for the enemy vehicles, choose one vehicle to be a player vehicle, and then you have a scenario. You can also choose targets for the player vehicles, so for instance it might have to destroy some of the enemy vehicles and only then it wins. And then you can share that with any of your friends. So really, you have a lot of fun toys to play around with. Now, this is something that we're going to delve into in a second, but for now I did promise I'll show you some more fight. So I'll use the bare minimum of the Battle Simulator and also showcase the new map for you that we have prepared. So the story behind the new map is actually quite simple. We have listened to what the community has asked us for, and the community asked us for a map that was a little bit more flat than the other maps, that had less terrain to worry about, so less rough terrain, more areas that are just flat out open, that have, you know, where you can easily travel and build up a massive speed. So yeah, there are some bits where there is a bit of rough terrain, but for the most part it's a wide open plain, and it's a very big one. There is of course a lake here and there and some hills, but for the most part you can have a lot of fun on this map. So showcasing the most basic feature of the battle simulator mode and just showing you how epic the battles can get over here, I'll just drag a few of the vehicles I have available for me right now. As you can see, I can choose the team those vehicles belong to, and I can choose from any of the vehicles I have available. So I'll choose a red team, a blue team, and then a pirate team, and you'll see that when I spawn vehicles for individual teams, they also change color to match the teams they have been assigned to. So let's go ahead and for the pirates I'll give them a steamer, and in the upper right corner you can see the relative strength of each vehicle, and we can see that the blue team has a massive advantage while the pirates, they're a bit underhanded. So I'll give them Poseidon's Biden, and also finally I might give them like some sort of airship, nothing too big, just something for them to make use of. So maybe a Death Cloud will do. Alright, and now as you can see the pirates do have the advantage and the red team is underhanded, so I'll go ahead and use that. So let's go ahead and give the red team maybe like a blade racer. Why not? That's a fun looking vehicle. Give it over here. And I can also assign some behavior patterns for the AI, so I can choose that, for instance, I want this vehicle to be a ram, so it's supposed to just go ahead and ram enemy vehicles and destroy them with their mass alone, which might work quite well, whereas for other vehicles maybe it would be better to have a sniper or something. As you can see, we have changed the way this mode looks right now. So for instance, we have some things like I could designate this vehicle to be controlled by a player, and then a player would start playing as this particular vehicle. I could also choose that this a target for this vehicle. So for instance, if I pick that this vehicle must be destroyed, and then I played that as this vehicle, then my goal in this battle would be to destroy this enemy vehicle that I marked as a vehicle for destruction. It's really self-explanatory. So that's basically how it works. For the AI, I could also choose that they have a target to go to. As you can see, by pressing this little button, a bow will appear. I can then drag this bow and tell the AI that, okay, I really need you to get over here, and then the AI will do everything in its power to get to that spot. I don't need to do that for now. Let's just go ahead and see what happens when I just press start, or in my case the enter button, and the battle ensures. Now, I will need to warn you that I am currently live streaming this. So if you see any lag or anything, this is most likely due to the case of the live stream itself, because on my end we do have a stable frame rate, but unfortunately because of the live streaming devices things could get a little bit less stable, but from what I can see on my stream preview, things are working quite nicely. So as you can see, the vehicles are fighting each other, and they are slowly but surely destroying things one at a time, and it seems like this particular vehicle, the first hour, is doing the best. As you can see, it's in the middle of the battlefield. Its armor too thick for the enemies to penetrate, and it is currently just raining fire on all of the enemies. It's currently targeting the Death Cloud. It is also firing at the other vehicle. It is also a hover tank, which is a little bit cool, if you don't mind me saying so. And it seems like it's trying to bully Mr. 5, which, even though there's only half of it remaining, it still tries to run away from the dreadful first hour. As I can see, the trees are destructible on this map, as it is the case with all of our maps. And first hour, it was doing so well, but now as it's built some more distance between its enemies and itself, it is having some problems. As you can see, its main gun has overheated a little bit. Oh, it's firing again. But some guns can overheat, and yes, there are a lot of mechanics like that in this game. For instance, you can have engines overload, you can have them overheat and catch on fire. Different modules of each individual vehicle can also catch on fire. They can be flooded, which also affects them negatively in case you, of course, go into a lake. All of this is simulated as perfectly as possible. Individual module... Ooh! yeah, I do have to say, this first hour vehicle, it's doing really great. And I'm quite proud of myself because this is a vehicle I created when the game entered early access, if I recall things correctly. So, yeah, even though it's an older creation of mine, it's still doing quite well and destroying everything else it's fighting. So, that's rather impressive. I'm really happy about this design. Nevertheless, as you can see, the battle is nearing its completion. It's only the red team versus the pirates, and the pirates are losing, but the Poseidon's Bident still has a fairly heavy gun, even though its armor has been ruptured, so it is a little bit damaged. Of course, if you are just tuning in... Oh, there are bombs flying. I'm sorry, I have to see this. Are they going to finish off the first hour? They will cut it in half. So yeah, the Death Cloud, it is a bomber, so it was able to partially destroy the first hour. It seems like it can no longer control the direction in which it is floating. It does have a few propellers still operational, but it seems like it is having a tough time controlling itself now that it has been so severely damaged. And it's still under fire too. I don't think it is going to win, but it certainly did put a valiant effort. And it's still firing. It's still fighting, even though there's almost nothing left of this vehicle. All the same goals for this Poseidon's Bident, I have to admit. It is barely holding together. You can see that there's just one block holding everything in place. It's an amphibious vehicle, so you can also see the elements that are meant to allow it to propel when it is submerged into water. Nevertheless, it's still operational, it's still firing, and this is an epic battle for the ages. But I'm sure you're not just here to watch the AI duke it out. You probably also would like to see a player take over and just have a little bit of fun. So, oh, never mind, there we go, the first hour has been destroyed. So I can now go back to setup. I could also reset everything and start this battle anew, but instead of doing that, I'm going to put a spin on it. And I'm going to go ahead and take control over this first hour vehicle. And now I will be the one who is controlling it, and it will be my task to make sure that this time around we actually win. So, as you can see, I can zoom in on the enemy vehicles, I can also fly away. I do have the ability to boost. As you can see, I have now activated my booster, and I'm trying to get away of the line of fire. It is not the most maneuverable vehicle, that's because it is a hovercraft, but I'm putting some distance between me and the rest of the enemies, and now that I'm behind the enemy, I was able to launch a critical shot at the enemy Poseidon's Bident. Oh, but it seems like the enemy vehicle is doing 180 on me, and it actually managed to do the same thing to me that I did against it. And it really doesn't like me, and it's going to ram me. Oof. That was a big hit for my vehicle. I'm still operational, however, and I can continue firing. Maybe I can hit the Death Cloud up in the sky and avoid the fate that the first hour suffered before, when it was so critically damaged by the bombs. But it seems like the Mr. 5 over there is doing quite well when fighting against the Death Cloud, so I'll just try to focus on Mr. 5 that up to this point has been working quite well. I could target at its vehicles, I mean turrets, and try to disable it in such way, but it seems like this unfortunately is no longer an option because I'm running out of ammo and my vehicle capacity is also, yeah, almost non-existent now. I can only imagine that most of my engines have been destroyed by now. I can barely operate my vehicle, and yeah, it's getting really tough to return fire. As you can see, the reload times now on my turrets, visible to the right of my crosshair, are now over 10 seconds after firing, and I can no longer propel myself forward, so at the very least it's very, very difficult. So it seems like this is the end of this particular attempt, but I tried my best, you know, I tried my best, and that is what counts after all. Sorry, I had to drink a little bit of tea. But so far you have seen me battling it out against other vehicles, and you have seen our amazing physics engine in work. Now how about we change things around a little bit, and instead I show you a little bit more about the endless mode, and again showcase the new map we have created called the Valley. Volley would be something I unleashed from my gun, it's not quite the same thing. Also, let me quickly check. I'll need to open the menu, if I can see the chat, because it seems like I'm having some problem actually seeing the chat menu. Well, this is a technical issue related to streaming, so if you are sending me any messages, and I'm not reading them out loud, my apologies. It seems like there's some issue I have with the chat system, but I do hope that I'll be able to see and comment on everything you post to me, so it should be alright. Now, as you can see, I have launched the Endless mode. In this mode, like I mentioned already, you get to fight against progressively tougher waves of enemies. Now, when it comes to those enemies, of course, it might not always be so easy to defeat them, so you need a proper vehicle to do that. You could, in theory, load a vehicle you have created, but this might be a bit difficult because in Endless mode there is a limit to how many parts you can use when creating your base vehicle. And also this gives me a chance to talk a little bit about creating vehicles in the first place. So I'll show you exactly how to create a vehicle really quickly so that you will not have to ask me that question in the future, so that it will be all crystal clear for you, because I know a lot of you are really big fans of vehicle creation, and trust me, so am I. For now I will clear this vehicle and start working with my basics of the basics. So this is my command module. This is how the creation of the greatest war machine starts, with this one little module. If your command module is destroyed, your vehicle is destroyed, no matter how functional it otherwise would be. This is the most crucial component that you have to protect by all means necessary. How I do this is usually I try to create a little bit of a separation between the command module and all of the other modules. So to make my vehicle construction easier, I'll enable a mirror mode and hide the options panel, and then I'll go ahead and start adding some framework to my vehicle. So as you can see, I can quite easily add a lot of frames to make my vehicle as big and as wide as I want. Then I can expand it a little bit as well. So for instance, I can quickly create a framework for what looks like a big weird looking car. But that's okay, this is only the start point of creating a great vehicle. Next up, we need to think about what every vehicle needs. Typically speaking, when you enter the build mode, you can quickly realize this by just checking every different category that you have available. So for instance, right here we've got engines. Obviously you need engines to power your propellers and to move around, to basically give power to your vehicle. Engines need fuel. You need fuel, obviously, for the engines to operate properly. Engines could use some cooling. You don't necessarily have to cool your engines if you don't mind your vehicle catching on fire, that is, which might be not a very good fun for you. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and start placing things though. So I'll add things to my bar over here on the side, and I'll start adding the things that I need the most. So I'll add a steam engine, although, you know what, we're playing Dieselpunk Wars, so I'll instead add a small diesel engine, and then I'll add a liquid storage fuel for that, because, I mean, it only makes sense, right? I don't need to worry about cooling for now, but I do need to worry about crew. Basically, your vehicles also need to be crewed to be operational, and also you need ammo in order to actually fire any of the missiles and guns that you actually have. So the important thing to remember about ammo is the fact that it tends to explode when the enemy hits it, and the explosion can be rather massive. So you have to make sure that this is placed as far away from your command module as it is possible. So, and also it might be a good idea to keep ammo modules far away from each other. So in this case, I'll keep them over here. This should be a decent amount of ammo. But yeah, I like to have a lot of ammo, so by separating them this much from my command module, I'm not too afraid of losing them all, so it should be alright for the most part. Now, what else do I need? Well, like I mentioned, I will need some diesel engines, so I will add 2 diesel engines at the front, and then I'll add 3 diesel engines at the back. So the reason behind this is basically I want to have a bit of redundancy. If the enemy destroys the rear half of my vehicle, I'll still have engines at the front that will allow me to continue operating. Next up, I need to have crew room. So crew, well, even if they do catch on fire, they're not very flammable, at least not as flammable as fuel would be, so I have no problem putting them close to my command block. Alright, so far so good. What's next? Well, next I'm going to have to let's have a quick look-see. Well, I have all the basic modules, and as you can see, the game tells me that I need a fuel storage, so I did forget about something, and the game has reminded me of that. Where do I put a fuel storage? Maybe in the middle over here. That is not going to provide me with a lot of fuel, so I'll add a bit more fuel at the front. Now this does mean that the front of my vehicle is a bit flammable, but it's still not nearly as bad as losing your ammo, so I don't need to protect fuel as much as I'm protecting my ammo. And you know what, let's have a bit more fuel, just to be redundant. As you can see, I have 240 fuel out of 125 required, so I'm well overstocked for now. Now, of course, this is all cool, fun and dandy, but I need to be able to move around, so this is where the propellers will come into play. I start with having access to a few different wheel types. I'll use dirt wheel and tenable dirt wheel, because they're quite good at traversing difficult terrain, and I'll add a few more frames, or in fact, you know what? I'll add cubes, regular cubes, to give space for my fuel, not for my fuel, but for my wheels. So I'll add 2 wheels in the back and 2 turnable wheels at the front. Now this is important, you need to have turnable wheels, otherwise, well, you will not be able to turn, and this could be a little bit awkward for you. So I do recommend making sure that you have those available. Alright, as you can see, I'm almost over budget now, so I'll probably need to delete something, because you still need one very important thing, actually 2 of them. One is armor and the other are guns. So let's start by adding guns, shall we? When it comes to guns, I'll add them at a second toolbar I have available, and I'll probably want to have a mortar and maybe some sort of higher turret near the back of my vehicle, so like this. And as you can see now, I am over budget. The budget is important because as you progress in the endless mode, you unlock more paths and your budget also increases. For now, I'm over budget, so I'll need to get rid of something in order to actually be able to fuel this vehicle. So I'll get rid of some of my crew stations. I don't need that many. As you can see, I'm now within the building limit, but I can get rid of some more crew stations, and I still have more crew than I require. I could also get rid of some fuel, and I will do that just to have more room available to build my vehicle. Alright, now my vehicle doesn't look quite as cool, but it is functional, and that is what is important. It is, however, very bare bones. It has no armor of any type, so let's make sure it is at least a little bit protected. I'll go ahead and add a few hull blocks to my selection hotbar, just so that I have easy access to them and so that I can quickly assign them if I need to do that, so like this. And moreover, you can also pick the kind of a material you want to use for your blocks. Color as well, but color is less important, I suppose. But alright, let's actually use color. I'll use the red color for... Actually, you know what? No, let's use the blue color for my armor, and then I'm going to go ahead and pick a different type of material. So by default use iron, but I'm going to use steel. Now steel is going to increase the cost of my modules a little bit, but it is going to be a bit more resilient, as you can see. Of course, I could also modify that. I could instead say that, you know what, I want hard steel instead, and go with that. And that looks a little bit more menacing, but again, it costs even more of my budget. And this could be a bit of a hard sell for you sometimes. Maybe I would like to go for a brass module. Brass is unusual, it has completely different stats to other blocks, but hey, maybe that is the way to go. Let's go for brass, but brass to me feels like something that should be maybe not this orange. Let's go for bronze color-ish. That's more like what I imagine brass to look like. So let's go for that, and let's make my vehicle a little bit more aerodynamic, because yes, in this game it is important to think about things such as air drag and making sure that your vehicle is aerodynamic, because this game actually does take into account such things as air drag. And of course, having those kind of sloped surfaces also helps you protect against enemy missiles, because keep in mind, this game does take into account such things as, for instance, the angle that the enemy missiles or projectiles hit you at. So let's go ahead and... Ooh, I'm now over the building limit again. That is a bit problematic. I'll figure something out though. I'm sure I'll have a good enough way of dealing with that small issue. I am still over limit, and I actually need one more block. That is a very important block, and that is a spotting module. So basically when you go to detection, you can see that there is a view block. There are more unlockable as you progress in the endless mode, but for now this is the only one available. So I'm still over limit. How can I fix that? Do I need this many engines? I do not. Let's get rid of one of them, and now I am within the building limit, and I still can put some more blocks to protect my more vulnerable parts. So by pressing Q I can rotate my parts in different axes, and I'll go ahead and do that to protect my very important ammo modules. And by doing so I am again over capacity, so I'll need to get rid of something else if I want to have this many modules. Or you know what, I'll just protect them from those kind of shots. This vehicle is rather bad, but maybe it will function well enough in the endless environment. Well, let's go ahead and give it a try. It is very much so a prototype, and I don't expect it to perform very well. Also, of course, you can decorate your vehicle in any way you want. You can easily paint the armor of your vehicle. For example, I could change the color of the middle section if I so desired. I could also add a decal to my vehicle. So let's go for something like, I don't know, I really like this decal for some reason. So let's go ahead and add that in the middle right over there. Wonderful. And now I have a vehicle. Does it work? Yes, it can move around. It is actually quite quick. Now, I do not actually have any cooling modules, so I need to watch out not to build up too much heat, but I think I should do quite well in the challenges that are to come. So let us proceed with the first enemy wave. So the first wave is very easy, and it's just one vehicle, and this vehicle is going to be no match for mine, I expect. Right now it's just firing at the front of my vehicle, where I actually do have ammo, and I do have more firepower than the enemy vehicle, so I should be able to do quite well against it. As you can see, it is trying to run away, but it is actually going to fail at that. Oh, never mind, it actually pulled out some steep maneuver, but oh, I could ram in and maybe put it on the side. No, I can't. I'm ramming it quite well. Oh, never mind, I was able to knock it aside. Wonderful. And now I can finish it off with one swift strike. And just like that, the enemy has been destroyed. And as you can see, I have unlocked new components. So I've got more turrets, my vehicle has been destroyed, and my budget has also been increased. So what can I do now? Well, first of all, I'll move to where I was before because I'm too close to the leg to my liking. So hold Shift and use the WAS and D WASD keys to move my vehicle around the battlefield back to where it was. Next, I'll let go of the Shift key and move my camera again. And now I'm going to go ahead and go back to the Add Remove option. And by the way, I didn't mention this before, but you actually can change the amount of information you can see in this game. So basically, whenever you want to see more or less information about your vehicles, you can do that just by pressing those handy buttons on the side of your toolbar, and basically you can hide the information you don't care about or see the information that is important for you. So as you can see, you can, for instance, check out what the controls are, or you can see what the colors you have available. You can also check what the center of mass of each vehicle is, as well as center of float, center of lift, and of the other things. So plenty of fun things to play around with. You can enable or disable the mirror mode. You can also choose for the mirror mode to affect removing modules, or you can not do that. You have plenty of options available to you. So, since I'm still in the endless mode, and I guess I accidentally applied the decal to the side of my vehicle, oh well, that's fine. Let's go ahead and keep improving this vehicle, shall we? So previously I wanted to protect my ammo blocks a little bit more, so let's go ahead and do that. And I'll really quickly go ahead and add a few more blocks to make sure that I don't have to worry about my my ammo being exploded. So I'm going to go ahead and add those two over here, and I'll continue going forward. As you can see, even though I picked the white color, it is not quite white. That's because right now I'm using brass for those particular blocks, which is a mistake on my part. No need to use brass for something that is nothing more than just a frame block. But what is more important is that I don't need there to be a frame block at all. Instead, I'll actually use brass and just protect the side of my vehicle as well as I possibly can. Also, what new blocks did I unlock? A long triangle, a saw vehicle, large ammo storage, round edge, so for the most part defensive things, but also some turrets and extra large tracks. This could be fun to play around with, but I don't think I need to do that just yet, so for now I'll just do that, and I think I'll change the coloring of this vehicle just a little bit to be a little bit more fitting. So I could also choose to paint not only color but also materials of my vehicle, so I'll make sure that everything is brass, but I'll color it in black. So I'll basically have a black and brass colory vehicle, and I'll do the same thing on this side as well. So this looks a little bit cooler in my opinion. Alright, so this vehicle a little bit more defensible, still not that great at surviving enemy fire, so let's go ahead and add a little bit more armor to make sure that it is a little bit stronger than it currently is. And this part, well, it looks a little bit awkward, so let's go ahead and replace it with more of those. And finally I'll add a quad triangle at the end to top us off and finish us with a few more slopes. Easy does it. Now, so far so good. And in case you're just now tuning in to our live stream, I will again reintroduce myself and basically say that this is a live stream for Dieselpunk Wars, which is going to leave early access today in a bit over an hour from now on. So at that time the game will officially be out of early access, and the newest patch 1.1 is going to finally become publicly available and have a plethora of features that our fans have asked us for and that we, well, simply put, implemented to make the game as fun as possible. Also, I'm not sure why I'm not using the mirror mode. Let's go ahead and add that. Also, another thing I should point out is that I am currently, for this live stream, playing a pre-release version. So basically, if anything strange happens, there's a very big likelihood that it only happens because I'm playing a version that isn't quite the gold release version. You play a slightly different version than the one I currently have access to. But for now I haven't seen any bugs, so it should be alright. Let's go ahead and add a bit more protection. Wow, this module is so dark, I didn't even see if I placed it right, but I did. So that's good. And it seems like this vehicle is now well armored except for the middle section, and I still have a decent amount of budget to use, so I'll continue making sure that it is up to standard by implementing a bit more protection for it, just like so. Building in this game is really quite fun, and honestly it is one of my favorite things to do in Dieselpunk Wars. That and of course blowing stuff up, which I imagine for most people is what they would like to do most. Each to their own, I suppose, although I do also am a big fan of blowing stuff up. Alright, so now my vehicle is very well defended. It is probably a little bit heavier. Let's actually check how heavy it is. Can it drive steadily? Yes, it can. As you can see, it actually has no problem maneuvering, and it seems quite tanky as well. I like the way it's going, so I'm going to go ahead and save this vehicle as full release. That's how I'm going to call it, because I want to basically signify that I made this vehicle when the game was out of early access. Oops, and I accidentally... No, I don't want to save over DevCloud. I want to save over full release. And there we go. Save vehicle. And it is now saved. Excellent. So now that it is available, I'm going to go ahead and first of all take a sip of my tea real quick. And then I'm going to also make some new improvements to this vehicle. Because I still have a decent amount of budget to burn through, I'm going to go ahead and add some more turrets to my vehicle. So I'm going to add a rather dangerous looking turret at the front. So right over here I destroyed my deco. Oh well. It will be missed, but such is the way of progress. I will add it later. It's not necessary right now. In fact, you know what? No, I wanted this part to be there, so I'll just press the undo button and I'll keep things as they are, although I do want to protect my fuel modules, so I'm going to go ahead and use the cube and get rid of the part that was there before, and now the fuel module should be better protected. So I still have a bit more budget to burn through, I suppose, but I don't necessarily need to. I think I should still be able to destroy anything that the enemy uses against me, but if I can fit another mortar, then I'll do just that, and unfortunately I do not quite have the budget for this. But if I remove one of them, then everything will be fine. Of course, I do expose the inside of my vehicle by doing so, but I can cover it up and it's fine. So now, my vehicle is quite powerful. So I'm going to go ahead and exit the build mode, and with my newly constructed vehicle, which I am really fond of actually. In fact, you know what, I'll save it again in case I'm destroyed. Save vehicle. There we go. It is now saved, and I'm going to go ahead and start the next wave. So now, as you can see, the next wave is going to be a bit more challenging with tougher enemies spawning in two angles. Did I just lose half of my vehicle immediately? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. That's because the enemy I haven't looked at just yet is really putting a number on me. So maybe I should have used a different material. I cannot even see the enemy vehicle because it's out of my detection radius. But currently I'm duking it out with this guy, so it is trying to get to the side of me so that it can fire on the parts that I have exposed. I obviously don't want this to happen, and oof, I think I destroyed its something. I don't know what I destroyed, but I definitely destroyed something. And it's about to be knocked on the side, and I don't have to worry about it all that much. I can now just fully go ahead and finish it off. So this was risky, but I still have a side of my vehicle functional and I can still move around. Now, what I could also do is repair my vehicle. Since the other enemy vehicle is not firing on me right now, I'll press the asterisk button and repair myself real quick. And then I'll go ahead and look for the vehicle that was causing me so much trouble. So where is it? Oh, it's over there. So it's hiding. And it seems like it wanted a little bit too hard to hide away from me because it went into the water and is unable to get out of it. Well, that happens sometimes, I suppose. So let's just go ahead and try to destroy it. Now, of course, it being in the water does provide it with an annoying amount of protection, mind you. It is being slowly flooded, so I expect it to be destroyed sooner or later, but for now all I can do is just happily fire at it. And while I wait to finish off this enemy vehicle and try not to fall into the water myself, I'll continue talking about this game. So basically, like I already mentioned, we entered early access about half a year ago, and since then our players had a number of different things to suggest to us. So basically different quality of life changes that we have implemented, bugs that we fixed, but also new features. So we have added since then a bunch of new modes and models, and more importantly, the players have asked us a lot about, you know what, this is taking too long. I don't think we need to worry about destroying the vehicle. Although now I had a better fire, so I'll continue talking for now. So basically, I know that a lot of players really wanted to have access to multiplayer. Now, unfortunately, multiplayer was not feasible at this point in time, but what we have done is the second next best thing, and that is the ability to share and to create and share scenarios with other friends via Steam Workshop. And since it's taking a while for me to destroy this vehicle, I don't have enough firepower, I'll just go back to main menu to save us a little bit of time, and I'll showcase again exactly what I mean. In fact, I'll first of all show again all the things we have added since the game was launched in early access. I'll just take a sip of my tea and continue talking about the game. So as you can see, we have launched 5 patches in total since the game was officially launched in early access, and each of those patches added something new. And over the course of early access we were experimenting with Endless mode, that being the mode I was just in, which is a mode where you get to fight progressively tougher waves of enemies, and I'll definitely go back to this mode at some point during this live stream. However, that being said, this is only just one big part of everything that we've been doing, because we have also been working on other fixes and improvements, of course, just to make sure that everybody gets what they have asked for. So, for instance, we have added a block that allows you to detach bits of your vehicle or attach them back together, so a detachable block, because this is something that a lot of players have asked us for, because that could create a lot of cool vehicles, and yeah, that was added. That will be a part of the patch 1.1. Another thing is, again, a new map, and a lot of players have asked us for a new map ever since the game was released in early access. And although initially it seemed like adding a new map would be a little bit too much of a challenge, but thankfully again the players have enlightened us that there really needs to be a map where you get to experiment and have a lot of free room to just roam around, create your vehicles and see how well they fare against other vehicles. Just basically a fun sandboxy area where you get to do everything you want, and there aren't too many natural obstacles in the terrain to worry about. So, obviously, we eventually came to the conclusion that yes, a new map is absolutely necessary, and we have created that as well. And I'll showcase that to you in a second while showing some new battle simulator features. So I'll go back to the Valley map and I'll show you some of the things that you can do on this map. So first of all, like I said, we have modified the battle simulator mode. So now you could also add some fortifications, and I'll add something real quick. For instance, maybe a mini tower. I do not have that much time to add a bunch of things, but hey, I could say that maybe this hill is well protected because there is like a supply or something over here. So I'll add 2 mini towers that will protect this hill for the red team. Next, I'll add a few vehicles for the red team that will also guard this area. So maybe I'll add, let's see, what do I want to add? Maybe I'm going to go ahead and simply add a dry docked yellow submarine. It's not going to be able to swim around, so it makes no sense. So let's go ahead and remove that, because I don't know why I put it here in the first place. And instead I'll add a sea drill. Now this vehicle is a very good ramming vehicle, so I'll just add that. And I'll mark it as a vehicle that I need to destroy. In order to win a scenario I'm about to put together, I'll have to destroy this vehicle. Next up, for the red team, I'll add a few more defenders. So how about a few turtle tanks? These tanks have been since the release, and they are quite potent in their own right. And finally, I will need a player vehicle, so somebody that will be able to destroy the enemy vehicle and make sure that everything is dealt with. And I don't want this challenge to be too difficult, so I'm going to go ahead and just add one of the more powerful vehicles, the Sea Monster. I'll change its team to blue team, and I'll mark it as is controlled by player, which means that now this vehicle is going to go ahead and that whenever I start the scenario, I'll take control of this vehicle. So now, if I press enter, the vehicle is now under my control. Some of my turrets have automatically opened fire on the enemy. And as you can see, my target is coming straight at me, and I destroyed it! I win! Now this really wasn't a difficult scenario, honestly. I made my target as a very easy vehicle. So there wasn't much to do, really. And victory was very, very easy. But what if I change things around a little bit and say that, okay, I also have to destroy those 2 turtle ships? What happens then? And maybe, what if I deploy a little bit closer, like this, so that the enemy turrets have a better angle of fire on me? So we could do that. I could also move those vehicles aside, like so, so that I'm attacked from all angles. How difficult is this scenario going to be now? Well, let's see. It starts, and I'll start by taking care of the enemy drill vehicle. Although now that I started closer to it, it's doing much better. It was able to damage me quite severely, and as you can see, it put me in a spin that I can't quite control. I'm still trying to fire up on it, but it is fast and elusive, and it doesn't want to get hit by my fire. But eventually I was able to destroy it. So next up I've got 2 more vehicles, and these vehicles, they'll try to keep their distance away from me. So I will need to try to hunt them down and destroy them one by one. Although this hill is a little bit steep, and my vehicle is very heavy and burdensome, cumbersome, so it has a bit of a tough time. Also, there are vehicle turrets to take account into, so those turrets, they'll try to destroy me, and obviously I can destroy them. Now, this isn't part of my mission. I'm just doing this to make this mission a little bit easier for me, because those turrets can deal quite a bit of damage, but they're not that tough and they don't run away, so I can destroy them easily. Oh, it's still up. Never mind, I can now destroy it completely. And finally, they take care of the vehicles that have been hiding from me. So as you can see, this vehicle is hiding in the trees. So let's go ahead and just try to destroy it in close combat. Now this is this kind of fight that it is going to have a hard time with, because I have way more guns than it does. I could also zoom out with my camera if I want to. And there we go, it is now gone. Question is if I can move away from here. Well, it is a bit tricky, so I'll just go ahead and destroy some of those trees. And as they're almost gone, oh, I hope that I will not become stuck. No, I can go. By the way, if you as players ever become stuck, keep in mind you have the asterisk button, which actually does allow you to become unstuck, moves you around a bit. It not only repairs your vehicle, but it also allows you to move a little bit in case there's ever an instance where your vehicle is physically unable to move around. Now, as you can see, my vehicle has sustained some heavy damage in the fighting, so definitely need to make sure that I attack the enemy from the proper angle. So 10... I don't remember which one, which side is the port side, which one is the starboard side, honestly, I have to admit. But I'll move my port and or starboard side to the enemy and try to surprise him this way. It seems like they have descended down the hill, so I'll look for them, I'll find them, and I'll destroy them. Now, as it happens, the turtle tank is an amphibious vehicle, so it actually can swim on the water, but it will not help it. I was able to find it, and I was able to destroy it. So this was the scenario I was able to create, and I didn't mean to spawn this vehicle, so I'll remove this. So this was a scenario I was able to create, and you know, it's nothing fancy. You could go way fancy over the scenarios you create, but this is basically just showcasing the possibilities of what you can actually achieve in the system. And it is going to be improved post-launch as well, just in case you are wondering. So the important thing is that now that I have created the scenario, what next? Am I the only person that will ever be able to play it? Well, not necessarily. What I could do is I could save the scenario. I could call it whatever. I could save this battle, and then I could refresh, and then I could publish it on Steam. Now, because I am playing a pre-release version, and because we have not officially launched the patch 1.1 yet, I'm not going to post this on the Steam Workshop. I'm not sure if it would even work, but after the version is live and you have access to it, you would be able to use the screen to publish anything you create onto the Steam Workshop. And likewise, you would also be able to view the Steam Workshop and download scenarios created by other players. And in case you do that and you don't see them, this is an issue that is related to the Steam Workshop itself. So sometimes you need to press the refresh button to see the scenarios that you download, and sometimes if even then you don't see them, you might have to restart a game, but it's something that shouldn't happen all that often. And it's also out of our area of expertise. We cannot do much about the Steam Workshop, but for the most part it should work fine. Now this is something important. If you, for instance, include a vehicle in your scenario, for instance, if I add the full release vehicle to the scenario, and then I want to save this battle and publish it, then I'll need to make sure that when I publish this battle, I also publish this vehicle, because otherwise anybody who downloads this battle will get an error that there's a vehicle missing because they don't have this particular vehicle. But it's really that very easy. Basically, you have to always remember that when you publish a battle with custom vehicles, make sure you also publish vehicles as well. We cannot publish vehicles for you. Obviously, you have to decide if you want a vehicle to be public for everybody to use or not. So yeah, make sure you do that. And it's really easy to do this thing as well. All you have to do is, for instance, go into any game mode really. And once you do that, you have to just go ahead and once you have made some modifications to your vehicle, whatever, it's done, it's created, then you have to save or whatever, and then you can publish on Steam Workshop, which is a button, again, I'm not going to press because I'm playing a pre-release version, but if you're playing this after this patch has rolled out, you will be able to use that. Now, I'll take a quick little break, just literally a 5-minute break or less, to make sure that everything is fine, and I'll be right back and make sure that everything is working fine. So stay tuned and I'll be right here in just a moment.
Gun recall band track.
Alright, I am now back. I apologize for this little break in the program, but now got information that there was something a little bit off about the live stream. Apparently I was losing some frames, so we quickly had to make sure that everything is fine, for this live stream, so it seems like the problem is now resolved and we can continue with our program. So, to those of you just tuning in, today is the day when we finally see Dieselpunk Wars leave early access, and with it, the new patch 1.1 is also going to see the light of day, and in that patch there will be a plethora of different fun and new additions that you can see now on the screen. I'll showcase them to you once again just for a little moment. And basically, everything is going to be available in almost exactly an hour from now. And obviously, if you are watching a replay of this live stream, or if you're watching this on YouTube, then most likely it's already out, so don't wait for anything and just check out our Steam page and give Dieselpunk Wars a try. I certainly encourage you to do that. It's a fun game where you get to create epic vehicles, watch them battle it out and watch them destroy one another and break apart and all of those cool stuff. So there's a lot of fun things to do. I'll probably say this again in an hour once this game actually is launched from early access. But for now, let us continue by showcasing the new features that are in the game, although I suppose I will do that once we leave early access too. But when I do that, well, in an hour I'll probably just reintroduce everybody to the game again and showcase what you can do in it. So for now, I'm going to go ahead and really quickly pop back into the creative mode, and I've already showcased the Valley map, which is a new map we have added, and that will be playable in patch 1.1. So for now, let's go back to an old fun favorite, and I'm just going to go ahead and load the Islands map, so we can see a little bit more of naval combat, because naval combat is always fun. Let's just give it a second to load up, of course. And there we go, we have loaded into the game, and as you can see, we're now on the Islands map. So first of all, I'm going to go ahead and load a cooler vehicle to try out. So let's see, I'll use the first hour again, because the first hour is a hovercraft, so it will be able to actually perform quite well on this map. It is maybe not a dreadnought that can swim inside the water and just ignore its weight because, you know, of the water displacement, but still I will be able to move underwater very, very quickly, and that is always fun. And I can also strive and everything, so you know, a lot of cool things are happening. So that's one thing, but what about if I say want to create more enemy vehicles? Do I have to use Battle Simulator for that? Well, no. First of all, like I mentioned, I could just press F2 and that will spawn an enemy nearby. In this case, it spawned an enemy vehicle, which I was able to destroy in just 2 hits because I'm using a very, very powerful anti-air vehicle for myself. I could press F2 again and spawn more vehicles. As you can see now, I'm attacked from 2 different angles and this will be a little bit more difficult to stay alive. So what I'm going to do is focus fire on that enemy ship. By chance, the same ship spawned that spawned last time, and I'm zooming in with my camera to have a bit of an easier angle of fire, and I'm just tearing this vehicle to pieces. As you can see, it's now spinning uncontrollably because of all the firepower I'm unleashing upon it. I cannot seem to be able to quite destroy it, but that's no matter. There's an amphibious vehicle that is also being a bit of a nuisance, but I'll be able to deal with it quite easily, and it's destroyed. So now only the drone ship that is trying to restabilize is still operational. It almost stopped fluctuating, but I'll keep destroying it. And as you can see, as I was destroying this vehicle, it kept being destroyed more and more until there's basically nothing of it left, and it's now, with a few air balloons it has, it will fall on the ground and be completely destroyed. So that's how I can quickly get into the thick of combat in the creative mode. Again, I can repair my vehicle quickly by just pressing the asterisk button. Oh, the enemy vehicle is still up there. Oh, that's no matter. I don't have to worry about it. It's probably just a wreck by this point. So as you can see, I can easily repair my vehicle. But there's another thing you can do while you are in the sandbox mode, and you can use this mode to create enemy vehicles as well. All you have to do is press the create vehicle in the bottom right menu. I'll hide other windows so that they don't get in your way. Then I'll load some sort of vehicle, so let's go for, I suppose it would be fine to use the wave crasher right here. Like so. And finally, I am going to designate this wave crasher. Ooh, okay, thank you for letting me know. Apparently, I didn't disable the overlay on on the screen. My bad. So you didn't see all the action I was showcasing just moments ago. Please accept my sincere apologies. That will not happen again. But for now, let's just continue playing, shall we? So, since you didn't see the battle I was just taking part in, I will simply show you the next battle. As you can see, I just spawned a wave crasher, and I'm going to go ahead and designate it as an enemy ship. So I'll mark it as a red team, and I'll designate it as a ship, but as you can see, it's auto designated as a ship. That's because basically when you create a ship and you have to designate if you want the AI to treat this ship as a ground ship, airship, regular ship like this one over here, or a submarine, because yes, submarines are also present in this game. In this case, the ship was already saved as a ship, so there are no problems here. Now I could also create another vehicle, and I'll do that. And let's maybe go for something else. Let's see, what else could I create? I do have some workshop items that I basically downloaded from Steam. Those are created by a wonderful community. I don't know how well they perform, but I imagine they're quite massive judging by the number of blocks they have. Although this one has fewer blocks, so yeah, let's load this in. Let's see how big it is. Hey, this looks really cool. I actually remember this vehicle. It's made by one of our most avid supporters. So let's showcase it on the stream. I do wonder if it's an air... Okay, it is designated as an airship, so it will try to fly around if it can. We'll see if it's any good at that. I'll mark it as a red team, go back to my ship, make sure that it is repaired, and I'll get ready to battle. So, I exited the build menu and it's time to open fire upon the enemy. So, for now, as you can see, well, I can no longer see one of the enemy ships. That is because the detection radius on my current ship is actually really bad, so it is easy for the enemy vehicles to hide from me. But as you can see, so far I'm doing quite well, and I was able to almost flawlessly destroy the enemy ship. Now the enemy airship is still there, and because it's so far away, I can no longer see it, because I didn't invest enough in detection. I only have one single detection block, actually 2 detection blocks, but I used to have more before they were destroyed by the enemy firepower, so it's difficult for me to actually detect enemy vehicles. But now that I'm right underneath that vehicle, it's much easier and I can properly open fire on it. The issue is, it is strafing a lot. The AI does not want me to hit it, and it continuously fires upon me. Well, this is a bit of an awkward situation. It does have the advantage of being able to fly, and it does have a fairly thick armor that I cannot seem to punch a hole in. So what I'm going to do is, since I am in creative mode, I'm going to go ahead and fly away from this vehicle, force it to chase me, and once I am out of range of that vehicle, I'll change into flying vehicle myself. And then, okay, then I'll get a little bit stuck. Hovercrafts can still get stuck, keep that in mind, so I'll try to escape again. So anyway, after I'm away from the enemy vehicle, and it seems like I am right now, it doesn't have an enemy fire on me. Never mind, it does. Alright, let's abort. Let's... Oof, I'm going to hit this tree. It is difficult to control a hover vehicle after all. It is now firing upon me again. So basically what I am trying to do right now is change my vehicle. In the creative mode, and also in most other modes as well, you can change the vehicle you're using right now at a moment's notice, just as you can at any point in time modify the vehicle you're using. The one limitation, you cannot be in active combat when you're doing that. Also, I just now flew into a spawner which spawned a bunch of new extra enemies. Those spawners are present on our whatchamacallit, on our creative version of this map, so it seems like I created even more trouble for myself. And one of my guns is not operational, in fact it has been completely destroyed, so it's getting a little bit difficult for me to destroy the enemy and actually survive while doing so. And oh, I'm now strafing hard. That's because the enemy is hitting me in the same area where my hover engines are, so they're basically like giving more power to my hover engines, which is a little bit annoying, but I can still move around. So let's get out of here finally, so that I can change my vehicle to a flying one and deal with all of those pesky enemies. Especially since I basically have no turrets left. I do have 2 automated turrets at the back, which are still firing up on the enemy. I do still have 1 manual turret, which is also again firing at the enemy, and actually managed to destroy the enemy ship. So now it seems like I'm out of range and out of reach of most vehicles. I'm not sure where the flying vehicle went to, so that should be all good. But now I can finally change the vehicle I'm using, so let's use something flying. Grim Roger is a vehicle created by a community member that won a contest for a pirate-themed vehicle. In fact, there were 2 victors. There's also MFP Spartan that also won the same contest, which is available for every player that has our game as part of the contest. But I'm going to use something flying this time around, so let's use a Thundercloud. A Thundercloud is a rather dangerous vehicle. It has a good amount of firepower. It's mostly used as a bomber, but it should do quite well as well a regular vehicle as well. So I'll showcase the controls for a bomber right now for you, because you might be interested. First of all, I will press B to see what's happening below my vehicle, and then I can launch bombs to where the red marker is. I already launched them. As I can see, the bombs are very slow, but I can now launch them again. If I can... Okay, this is sometimes a little bit difficult to maneuver in such a way so that you can destroy the enemy vehicle. That's because I put too much power in my hover devices, so I was a little bit too high up. Also, you can disable or enable your weapons. So as you can see at the bottom of the screen, there are 2 weapon types unlocked. There is weapons group number 1 and weapons group number 2. As a player, you get to set them by yourself, so you have no trouble choosing whichever you want to select. But basically, weapons group number 2 in this case are the bombs. So if I have the number crew enabled, as I can see, I just launched a bunch of bombs, which are going to miss horribly, because I'm not very good at controlling this vehicle. But now I'll enable group 1, disable group 2, and now if I fire, my bombs will not fire, but instead my missiles will fire. So I could again go into the bottom camera. Oh, it seems like I actually have some bombs connected to group number 1 and 2. Or I might have the groups mixed together. I think the bombs are in group number 1. That might also be a possibility. Nevertheless, I fired a very nice salvo and the enemy has been destroyed. So now all that is left is to find that one little pesky flyer that was somewhere, and I want to see it and I want to destroy it. So as you can see, you can get quite high in the sky as you're flying about, but let's go ahead and fly a little bit lower and try to find our enemy real quick. So I'll lower my altitude and look for the enemy vehicle. What is that? I see something over here, although I can't quite see what vehicle this is exactly. That's something at the bottom of the sea. I'll just drop some bombs on it, I suppose. I cannot even see it. I don't think it's that important. Oh, I see it. There it is. Let's recommence the air battle. But this time I actually can fly myself, and I have missiles as well. Now, missiles are an unusual sort of weapon, so they have very high chance to... I didn't see that one coming. Okay, I'm dead. Good job, AI. I didn't even weaken it that much, so whoever created this vehicle, I believe it was Helios, one of our community members. Good job. I think you called it a commercial aircraft. I don't think commercial aircraft should win against military-grade battleships. But you did a good job nevertheless. Oh well, never mind. So as I was trying to say, the missiles are a little bit of an unorthodox weapon. Basically, they have a huge spread, they're hard to aim, but at the same time, the missiles also have a very, very high chance of causing fire on enemy ships, which could be used to your advantage. So anyway, I want to give this another shot. I'm going to load the enemy ship again, once more into the breach, and this time I'll distract it by... First of all, I'll select it as a red team vehicle, and then I'll create one more flying vehicle. This time I'll spawn... Let's use the Grim Roger, maybe, or instead I could use, you know what vehicle I really like? The Alien Station. So I'll create the Alien Station, another vehicle created by a community member who won one of our contests. And now that those two vehicles are available, I'll jump back to my own, and let's see how well I'll do against them this time around. So Again, I don't have the best detection radius, so I have a bit of a problem actually seeing the enemy vehicles, even though they are so big. But okay, the mothership is in sight. Let's go ahead and see how much damage I can put on it. And seriously, that commercial grade aircraft destroyed me one more time. Wow, kudos to whoever created that vehicle. That was really impressive. I want another go. Let's go ahead and respawn real quick. And let's recreate this battle, but this time around I'm going to change the vehicle I'm using, because I think Thundercloud is not quite good enough for this kind of fight. So let me load the enemy vehicle one more time. So this was the HTC Cotrunix, a really cool name by the way. And I'll select it as a red team, and then I'll again, as a distraction, create a third vehicle, that being the mothership. So create vehicle, load vehicle, and let's go for the mothership, alien station. There we go. Select it as a pirate team, and then I'll go back to my own vehicle, and I'll go ahead and choose a different thing to fight, a different vehicle to fight with rather. So what is powerful? Grim Roger is rather powerful. I could try using that. I could stay on the ground, but I want to be where the action is. So you know what, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the Grim Roger. And I'll see, look at how cool this vehicle is by the way. It's so menacing looking. So yeah, I'll use this guy and I'll move him backwards a little bit and try to see if I can now maybe put a head on this commercial grade vehicle. So I'm quite a bit heavier. As you can see, I have some difficulty gaining altitude, but I should be able to still... Wow! Is the alien station destroyed already? This blue vehicle is just so powerful for reasons I cannot fathom. Okay, another shot off, and that didn't work very well. Alright, and the vehicle is gaining a good distance on me, and it seems like I keep hitting myself. Alright, let's go ahead and move backwards a little bit and see if everything is alright. I cannot aim at it properly. I'm trying to, but the enemy is just... The enemy's armor is too tough. Everything I use just bounces off the enemy armor. Okay, let's go ahead and lower my altitude. And let's see if I can... Man, I'm being just torn to pieces by this thing. How could this be? I'll spawn another vehicle, and you know what? Maybe another vehicle... Actually, the other vehicle is in the same team as this flyer right over here. Yeah, I don't think I have what it takes to destroy this particular evil vehicle. So you know what? This is the time when I'll normally create my own vehicle. So let's do just that. I'm going to press the restart button and restart everything. And I'll create a new vehicle by modifying one that already exists. So take a vehicle like, for instance, Utopus Smolus. Maybe, let's go ahead and load that one. It's a vehicle I created a long time ago. It's basically a submarine hunter. It has two torpedo stations as well as a bombing station, which isn't exactly what makes it good in this kind of situation, but I could make it a bit more powerful somehow. I don't know how. Never mind. It's probably not a good idea. What about Final Hour? That's a different airship I created. Maybe this one will have a bit more luck dealing with the powerhouse of the blue vehicle right over there. Let's give it one more shot, shall we? And then if that doesn't work, I'll admit defeat. I'll admit that I am not as good as the AI is, and I'll just be really sad about myself, really. But hopefully I can do it. Hopefully. Let's see. It's loaded in. Final Hour is loaded in as well. And let's give it a shot. Alright, so again, I can't quite see the vehicle. There we go. You know what? I think the problem is in its armor. It's just way too tough for me to deal with. I am able to make some dents in here and there, as you can see. What would be best actually is to disable the enemy weapon systems, and as you can see, I was able to destroy one of the enemy guns, so that's quite decent. The enemy still has one other gun, so let's go ahead and fire more. Another gun destroyed. Alright, I think I'm turning the table. The enemy still has some anti-air components, so let's lower my altitude real quick. I'm using now a camera that's below my own vehicle. I can gain access to it by pressing the B button. and it seems like I am now able to make some good progress in destroying this vehicle. The enemy turret has been now destroyed, and the enemy has very little means to actually continue fighting me. Now the enemy still has very tough armor. Is that titanium armor? It does look like this. This might be why this vehicle was doing so well. It's because I had nothing to pierce the armor with. In fact, even now I'm having a tough time actually dealing any sort of meaningful damage to it. And the enemy is firing on me again. As you can see, something on my ship has caught on fire. And wow, how maneuverable that AI is. I'm having a really tough time firing upon it, but broadside attack. I can still fire from broadside, as you can see, but the enemy is very maneuverable. Even broadside attacks have a tough time connecting with the enemy, and I'm trying to compensate for all my turning and going, but it's difficult. It's certainly difficult. The enemy only has 1 weapon stations left, but it doesn't change much, as you can see, because of the enemy's very thick armor. It is using, or maybe it's aluminum. I don't think aluminum will be this resistant. It must be titanium, and they are probably just using a bunch of other means to stay afloat. It's difficult, but it's surprising, by the way, because titanium is the heaviest material in the game, and the heavier material, the more lift you need to actually make sure that your vehicle can lift. So this vehicle must be using a ton of airbags inside and probably some other engines to keep itself afloat. But right now we're just having a little bit of a fight in the air as we're dancing around each other, trying to make sure that somebody eventually is destroyed. The enemy is trying to fire upon me from the 1 gun they still have available, while I try to make any sort of meaningful dent in the enemy ridiculously tough armor, which, as you can see, is rather tricky. Alright, I'll lower my altitude, try to use more guns, because my vehicle does have more guns at the front. But I just can't seem to get a good enough angle on it. That is unfortunate. So as I am continuing this ballet in space, I'm going to go ahead and continue talking about Dieselpunk Wars and the progress we've made since early access. So like I mentioned already, obviously there is the ability to share player-created scenarios with other players. So basically, what is the reasoning behind this feature, you might be wondering? And it's actually quite simple. We wanted the players to have a bit more to say when in regards to expanding the game after it's been launched, and basically to allow them to take this game in any direction they want. So basically anything we do, that's fun and dandy, but any game really needs what is a modding community, or in this case, yeah, I suppose we could call it modding, although you don't need to mod this game to create your own scenarios. There is a very easy in-game feature to do that. It's just that we wanted the players to have the chance to create the scenarios they dream about, and to be able to share those scenarios with friends alongside with the vehicles they create. Because obviously we are allowed to create some of the coolest looking and working vehicles you can think of. I mean, look at this beast I'm fighting and I still cannot destroy. But that's all good and fine and dandy, but you also need to have a place where you can test those vehicles and have fun with. And that is why we decided that you really need to have access to some kind of scenario editor where you get to create anything you want, and you can actually create scenarios, and where you can download scenarios from, so that you can either create scenarios you want and share them with other players, or you can just, you know, use scenarios that other players have already created, download them, and have a bit of fun time by trying to complete the scenarios that other players create for you. And those scenarios could all be very, very advanced. So we will obviously are also sharing 2 default scenarios on the Steam Workshop once the game officially leaves early access in about half an hour. So those sample scenarios will be there for you to download, and you'll be able to take a look at them and see if there is anything, and we'll basically see how the custom scenarios work, how to set them up, and basically create everything you want and learn how they can be played. And of course you'll be able to play them as well, because they will be playable in their own right, just allowing you to have some quick fun. Well, after you have created your vehicle, you basically have the opportunity to test it out. So anywho, this is probably enough of a fight. I still cannot quite destroy this monstrosity that somebody shared on the Steam Workshop. I'm trying my best. I'm pretty sure it's Helios, only he creates such incredibly cool machines. But I think I have to say that right now this is a tie. The enemy clearly cannot destroy me, and I cannot quite destroy the enemy. So let's go ahead and go back maybe. Oh, you know what? There was something else I wanted to showcase actually. Because one of the features we mentioned that is has been added in this game is rotors that are controlled by mouse. So basically this is a bit of a quality of life improvement, honestly, like many other changes we've made. I'm not going to talk about every single change that is in here, because that would simply take forever. Instead I'm going to just showcase them as we go along. So first of all, I'll load one of the Steam Workshop ships, and oh boy, I didn't load that one before, and I'm not sure if everything is alright. But no, everything is fine. It's just really big. Oh, wow. Wow. So this is incredible. Just in case you're wondering, this is something that one of our community members has created. Look at the details of this thing. Look at all the gun stations. I wonder if the creator of this vehicle actually set this vehicle up to actually use all those battle stations automatically. Yes, they do have auto-aim, all of those. Wow. Obviously not the biggest one, the biggest guns you always have to control manually. But this is a huge vehicle. How much power does it have? A ton is the answer. How many blocks does it have? It weighs over 6,000 tons. Oh, wow, this is incredible. And it's using over 4,000 blocks. Well, I'm currently live streaming. I'm not sure how I'll do when using this particular vehicle. Obviously, live streaming does tax my PC quite a bit. Most importantly, it taxes my CPU. Basically, whenever you live stream, things tend to get a little bit laggy. So I'm not sure if I have enough RAM and CPU power to actually showcase this vehicle on stream, and it seems like indeed I do not. So I'll just quickly go to the beer back screen. Never mind, just as I did, it turns out that this vehicle did actually load, and I can see it in all its glory. So this is incredible. Like, it's absolutely one of the most massive ships I have seen in this game thus far. It moves actually rather quickly too, so it is really quite something. And if I create a vehicle, how well is it going to hold out? Well, it just basically fights by itself, but it seems like my streaming software really hates me for doing this. I'm losing some frames, so I'll stop this monstrous situation right now. I'll clear this vehicle, yes, I'm sure, thank you. And I'll just load something a little bit smaller so that my streaming software doesn't cook itself, because that would be quite ridiculous. Alright, so I'll load in again the vehicle I have created, and I'll press again hold shift and use the WASD keys to move it away from the water, because it's obviously a land vehicle. I didn't design it to be an amphibious vehicle. Alright, and now that it is here, I'm going to go ahead and showcase another new feature. So basically, first of all, I should have allowed the auto-aim of some of those guns. So I'll use the back guns on auto-aim, so they'll target the enemies by themselves. But more importantly, I want to showcase the rotor mechanic. So rotors have been modified a little bit. I can now basically... They have been present in early access before, of course, but now they have a bit of extra functionality. And I'll just showcase it in a very simple manner. This looks really stupid. Let's use a different gun. Maybe not a big gun, they're a bit too big as the name implies. Let's use a huge gun, which, technically speaking, isn't big, I suppose. So let's add that. So basically, this gun is stationary. I'll, for now, remove the rotor module and just showcase this gun as it is. So, as you can see, if I move my mouse cursor around, I can fire those guns forward, but I cannot fire them to the side. I actually fired on myself a little bit over there. So this is a little bit of an awkward situation, but what if I really want to have those guns fire on the side? What if I want to create my own custom-made turret? Well, now it is absolutely possible. And this wasn't quite the case earlier on, so I'll just go to Hull, I'll go for a big cube 3x2, I'll press Q to rotate this cube, and okay, this is a little bit silly. You know what, I'll just put in a cube and put in a gun like this. It doesn't matter how I put it, really. So this is the simplest turret I could create. So now it's on a rotor, but you may think, hey, So what if it's on a rotor? It doesn't move around. Yes, it doesn't, but what we have added is the ability to actually allow mouse steering with the rotors. I can also control its speed and whatnot. So basically now, after that is done, this turret actually does turn to wherever I want it to. And it will try to take aim at whatever I want to fire at. So basically, that's how it works now. And it's just a simple quality of life improvement, but people have been asking about this, and I understand why. Before it was only possible to control rotors by using the keys that were assigned to them. Now that is no longer necessary, you can just do it as you go along. Now, we are only 25 minutes away from the release, so I'm wondering what I should showcase to you next. I'll just spawn a vehicle of some sort. And it's somewhere, I'm not sure where. Oh, it's a flying vehicle again. Alright, well, it's probably going to destroy me because the vehicle I'm driving right now is not really meant to attack flying vehicles. That's a bit of a bummer. But maybe I can spawn a different type of vehicle somewhere. Oh yeah, there we go, there is a ground vehicle, and of course a few more flying vehicles. But this should be okay. So let's go ahead and open fire on this one, just so that I can enjoy a bit more carnage, as my turrets are going to rain fire on this. As you can see, my automated turrets are trying to get to aim at the enemy flyers, but because they are high above me, I'll not be able to do this, and I just narrowly managed to dodge the enemy bombs. So I don't think I'll be able to deal with the enemies right now. I don't have any anti-air capabilities. I did have the vision over the enemy vehicles. I know that they're there, but I don't know what they are. And my vehicle isn't really supposed to swim around. It's not an amphibious vehicle. So now I'm dead in the water and stuck. Which is fine because I wanted to showcase a different game mode for you real quick before the game is released. But first I'll take a sip of my tea and check if there's anything in the chat going on. It seems like there's a little bit of spam. That's annoying, but I'm sure this is something that the moderating team will be able to handle. If it's even necessary in the first place, which I'm not entirely certain if it is. So that is fine. It doesn't look... My team tells me that everything is good from their angle. I do seem to be losing frames every now and again. So please do let me know if I lose too many of them, but hopefully the issue shouldn't be that bad and everything should be more or less stable. I do see that I'm streaming at a stable kilobyte per second or kilobit per second rate, so it should be okay, hopefully. Alright, so with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and just really quickly showcase to you... I probably don't have the time for the endless mode, so let's go ahead and go into the battle simulator one more time, and I will showcase the valley again. Because I have already shown the vehicle construction in the first part of the stream. So now I suppose we could see just a few more scenarios that could be played out on our new map. So let's go ahead and move around a little bit and find this particular bit. So let's say that this is like a strategic location. Maybe this is the only... Let's imagine for a second that there are two warring factions, and basically they're trying to protect this key area because there is something that one side wants to protect that the other side, well, obviously wants to get to. So we'll create a little bit of a D-Day recreation. Obviously, we already kind of did that on our island map, but for now I'm going to go ahead and create a wall tower here. Let's just say that this is something that the defenders have established, like so and like so. They look a little bit out of place maybe, but not that much. I think it's feasible that they could be here, although I suppose in such a situation you would probably see some smaller fortifications. That's okay though, let's just keep what we have over here. They're made of concrete, I suppose you could just make them really quick and that would still make sense. Maybe the enemy put some amphibious warships on this tiny little lake. Actually, why pretend? Let's just give them a ship of the line, because why not? This lake is a little bit deep, so the ship of the line will have something to do over here, and it will be quite cool to see how it performs. Then let's go ahead and add a turtle tank in here. Maybe like over here, just guarding this chokehold. We've already seen that the turtle tank is doing quite well for itself. And maybe let's just add some other vehicle, like something that can fire from afar. Black belt? No, I think I will use the black belt I'll use the black belt for the enemy team because that will be interesting. I'll use an armored motorboat for the red team. Let's also give them some air force, so a death cloud, why not? And maybe what else? There's another vehicle that was in the Steam Workshop. I'm going to go ahead and give it as well, and I'll designate it as a sniper vehicle. I'll keep it in the back, and basically it's a vehicle that is supposed to really make sure that this area is safe and secure. And finally, I'm going to give them something a little bit tougher, something that can protect the front line, and I think that Mr. 5 is the perfect vehicle to do it. I'll designate it as a ram vehicle. It is an amphibious vehicle, so it should have no problems crossing this particular crossing. So this should be fine. Now for the invading forces of the blue team. Red team has a very strong force, so let's give them something really powerful. I will give them 2 black belts. Those are actually, let's call it the pirate team, because pirates are a little bit cooler. So I'll give them 2 black belts just like so, and they will attack the enemy positions. Then I'll make sure that the pirates also have some flying vehicles to support them. So what could I give them? Let's see. Maybe 1 YouTube Smolus just to attack the enemy ship. So I'll give it to have it spawn over there, above the tree line. And finally, let's go ahead and give them... First hour was doing very well in our test earlier, so let's go ahead and use it again. And I'll designate first hour as a ramming ship, and we'll see how well it does. Alright, now I could give those ships some targets, I could designate some of them as players, but since we are almost here with the full release, I don't really have time to play around with this. I'm just going to start the scenario and see how it goes and enjoy the firework. So as you can see, it seems like the vehicles have very different ideas on what they should attack. Again, I didn't give any orders to any of those vehicles, so they're just firing at the nearest enemy they can find and that they feel that it's feasible to attack. So for now, everybody is just destroying everything. Bullets are flying left, right and center. But it does appear that the red team is going to be able to hold. The pirate team is losing its vehicles, and I am losing some of my frames, but that is an issue with live streaming, something you cannot really avoid. But so far, so good. It seems like the enemy flyer has lost one of its balloons and is now unable to fly really. And the enemies, well, it seems like the pirate team has been able to make significant progress in destroying Mr. 5, but the black belts, did I set them to be snipers? I think I did by accident, because they're really keeping a very big distance between the red base and the rest of the enemy team. But the black belts, they're still fine, they're still operational, they're still firing onto the enemies. As you can see, one of them really was destroyed, the submerged vehicle, and it did, it just basically crashed into them with its enormous spikes at the front. So now it's just a matter of, is it going to be capable of destroying the rest of the enemy forces? That is a big question. So as you can see, over there, the battle not so important. Over here, however, the 2 black belts are still doing relatively okay. They have sustained heavy damage, but they are destroying the enemy. And it seems like the pirate team is starting to bring this one around. They have destroyed a Mr. 5, and now they are getting into position to destroy the rest of the enemy forces. But it seems like the battle is mostly dying out. This ship, well, we just lost the front section in a rather hilarious manner. But this seems to be it. So, what happens, however, if I reset this battle, and for instance, I say that this black belt right over here has a target, and it is supposed to move to, let's say, the other side of this area. Meanwhile, I'm going to select this guy. He didn't perform very well last time, so I was keeping this guy as a medium. And finally, you, you're just going to die, but you... whatever, I don't really care. In fact, let's just remove those 2 things from the equation, because we really don't care about those guys. This guy also just a hassle, and the first hour it dealt with the left side, so let's keep it fair and lower the amount. And now, in theory, the red team still has the advantage, but let's see how big that advantage is. As you can see, this ship is performing the order I gave it, so it is trying to reach the destination as quickly as possible. I basically gave it just a move command, so it will try to get to its position. beelining past the enemy defenses. Now this is something you could create when you're trying to create your own scenarios. Maybe you will set up that the enemy is trying to breach a critical position and the player is supposed to try to prevent the enemy from doing just that. As you can see, the enemy vehicle has reached this position and is now turning around, but we don't really care about that. Meanwhile, the other black belt had no problem dealing with the enemy's vehicles. There's only one vehicle left and one turret left, but it seems like, oh, did it lose power or fuel? It seems like it's unable to move anymore, so never mind. It seems like, oh, I was about to say that the red team might win, but the other black belt just charging through like crazy and moving across this narrow passageway, and it seems like it is going to be victorious over the long run, although it also seems that it is trying to get some of its ammo back. So that was it. We have 15 minutes before we are out of the early access, however, so the time is growing short, and soon enough I'll call for a break to, you know, properly prepare for this situation, because this will be rather big, as you might imagine. Now, however, I will probably just spend a few more minutes just talking a lot about the few things that you can expect from this game once it releases out from early access. So just in case you're only now tuning in, Dieselpunk Wars is a vehicle construction game with advanced, very advanced in fact, physics engine, where you get to blow stuff up. Simply put, there's a campaign mode where you get to play through story missions on 4 different maps. There's a creative mode where you can basically enjoy a fun sandbox experience and just do whatever you want. You can create your own vehicles, you can spawn vehicles for your enemies randomly, or you can choose what vehicles to spawn for the enemy. You can do basically anything you want. You can even play around a little bit with the physics of the creative mode, because one of the features of the upcoming patch 1.1 is that now in creative we have added the ability to manipulate gravity, mass, air drag and anything else you want in the creative mode. This is obviously only meant as a feature that is there for fun alone, and you can easily find some really weird things if you mess up with the gravity a bit too much, so do keep that in mind, but it should be fun time for you all, I hope at the very least. Next up we've got the Endless mode. So the Endless mode is the place where you fight against increasingly powerful waves of enemies. You first start by having a basic vehicle, access to just a handful of parts and a very tight building budget. And basically you cannot exceed that budget at all. However, as you defeat the first few waves and progress, you'll be able to eventually start making some more progress and defeating the enemy vehicles in the Endless mode. And as you defeat more waves in the Endless mode, you will eventually be able to create bigger and better vehicles to fight bigger and more frightening enemy waves. So Endless mode is basically a wave mode, and it's really a ton of fun. And I like it because it basically forces me to come up with new vehicle designs every time I play it, because it's random. The way the paths that you unlock are completely randomized, so you may not always get access to this awesome gun you really like, and maybe you have to figure out a different way to defeat the enemy. And that's a lot of fun in my opinion. And last, there is of course the Battle Simulator. The Battle Simulator is one of the key features of this game. Not only it allows you to create the epic battles of epic proportions with dozens of different vehicles fighting for 3 different sides, but now it also allows you to create scenarios that you can share with other players. And what's very important about that is that as you share those scenarios with other players, the other players will obviously can play whatever you created. In the past we have already allowed for sharing of different vehicles through the use of Steam Workshop, which is amazing, but now you can also share different scenarios, so you can create your own campaigns almost and have other players play them. Or if you are those other players, you can just browse the Steam Workshop, look for new scenarios and just play them through. If you have already defeated the campaign and you're looking for something new to do in Dieselpunk Wars, don't worry, we've got you covered. And the other community members, I imagine, will have you covered as well. Obviously, one more thing is the fact that we are going to publish 2 scenarios of our own making, so that you can take a look at them, play them if you just want to have fun with them, or just have a quick look at how they're designed if you want to learn how they're created. Lastly, because we are only about 11 minutes before the patch 1.1 hits the shelves, as they say, I need to warn you that we have done our best, absolute best, at checking for any and all bugs, fixing the bugs that have been brought to us by our community as well as by our quality assurance team, and we did everything in our power to get rid of as many of them as possible, but we're just humans, it's possible that we have missed something. And in case we have, please do let us know about any bugs you encounter either on our forums or on our Discord channel. The links are generally in the description, or you can just find them on our Steam page for Dieselpunk Wars. So, as always, we appreciate any and all feedback, regardless if you're talking about just the game itself, or if you're talking about a bug you encounter or anything. We'll try to fix that for you post-haste, and if it's necessary, we will obviously release a hotfix patch for you as well. So anything that can be done will be done to keep this game as fun for you as possible, and I really can't wait for you to get your hands on the newest patch, because really so many things have been changed, and I really can't wait to see how many scenarios are going to be created in the Battle Simulator and shared with other players. I think it's going to be great fun checking out all of the new scenarios and giving them a try. I do have one word for you, however, if you want to use this new functionality. Make sure that if you create a new scenario with a new type of vehicle that of your own design, instead of using pre-created vehicles that are always available in the game, then make sure that you always, and I do mean always, share the vehicles you created in the scenario with other players via Steam Workshop, because obviously you need to allow the Steam to use your vehicles before you can expect other players to have them and use them. So keep that in mind. And with this, I'm going to have a short break in a moment as we prepare to publish the final patch for Dieselpunk Wars and finally and officially leave early access. Just before we leave, I leave though, however, I will go ahead and also say that you are welcome to check out our YouTube channel as well as our Facebook pages for other games that we're working on, because we're very busy with titles such as Ambulance Simulator, Off-Road Mechanic Simulator, and many other games that are waiting for you, and it could be a lot of fun. My personal favorite is probably the Creature Lab, which, well, just check out its Steam page to see what it's all about. But for now, I'm going to say that I will be right back in a couple of minutes, as we need to prepare everything for the upcoming release. And again, in about 8 minutes, you will see Dieselpunk Wars actually out of early access. So stay tuned, keep your eyes out, and just wait for it, because it's going to be quite a journey indeed. So for now, I'll say my goodbyes and I'll welcome you again once Dieselpunk Wars is officially out. So I'll be right back in about, I suppose, 10 minutes or so. So I'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back shortly.
Fun gun recall band track. gun recall band track. Fun gun recall band track. gun recall ban track.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Dieselpunk Wars, which is now officially out of early access. I am one of the developers at the Image Power Studio, and I was also one of the people who were working on Dieselpunk Wars, alongside a team of other wonderful people, of course. But today I'll be your host, and I'm here to talk about this game, what it is. I'll tell you why it was in early access, what happened when it was in early access, and what you can expect now that it has officially left early access. Now there's just one slight little thing I need to point out, is that I'm currently playing a non-live version. I'm actually playing a little bit of an older version on my live stream than the one that is currently live on Steam. That is because, you know, we wanted to have this bit of redundancy, make sure that everything goes smoothly, but it seems like everything is going smoothly, so now you can officially enjoy Dieselpunk Wars as it is out of early access and just have a ton of fun with it. I'll tell you all about it, just let me quickly check if stream is going fine, and it does appear that it is. Unfortunately, when I check things in my streamer controls, the music does go quiet for a second, so that is an unfortunate side effect, but it is what it is. So nevertheless, I would keep a bit quiet for just a little bit longer now. Just check something real quick, make sure that everything is up to snuff. You know how it is. It's always important to make sure that everything is fine with a release like this and with a release live stream, and that is exactly what you're here for. But it seems like everything is fine. So I can now tell you everything about this awesome game. So let's start by telling you again that this game is all about them vehicles. You get to create magnificent vehicles out of over 300 different modules. And those are not just all variations of like an armor block. There are very many different modules. There are flamethrowers, there are big guns, there are plasma guns, there are hovercraft modules that allow you to create a hovercraft. There are obviously air balloons for you know, this kind of airships that you want to see on the screen right now. This, of course, is a CGI you can see in the main menu. The game looks a bit different, but the general principle is still the same though. So you create those magnificent, wonderful vehicles, and what's even cooler is that you get to see how they work in and you get to see how they work in a game that simulates physics very well. So basically, every single shot is captured and calculated by our engine, and everything starting from air drag all the way to density of the material that a bullet can impact. All of this is taken into account, and that's how the trajectory of each missile, each projectile is calculated. So when you fire a shot at somebody, you can see that shot, for instance, impacting and blowing up, destroying that ship, or just bouncing off the enemy ship if it impacted the armor at the proper angle. So it's really quite cool and really quite advanced, and I do encourage you to check it out. Obviously, I'm here on the stream to showcase it to you as well. I'll try to keep an eye on the chat as well. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Anything else? Yes, there are many other things I should mention, that being the amount of work we have done when we prepared for this big day. As you can see on the screen right now, it's been a long time coming. We launched early access in November, and that's when this game was officially out, and we were very satisfied with the place it was at, but simultaneously we knew that it needed a little bit more polish, and we wanted to know what the players had to say about it, and what the players wanted to see, because we had our own vision, but the players could have had a different vision. And keep in mind that this game was made in a big part thanks to our very nice community, because not only we had amazing Kickstarter backers that were here with us since the very start, but moreover we had players continuously giving us feedback and telling us what they would like to see in this game all the way through the development and early access. So thank you again for getting us to this point where we can now confidently leave early access and show all the new features. So just to reiterate it real quickly, since the start of early access up until now, we have been working on a few features that were playable in early access. Probably the biggest one of them is the addition of the endless mode, which wasn't here when the game was initially released in early access. Now it's playable, and it allows you to fight progressively harder waves of enemies, and gives you only a limited amount of parts and building budget to start with, but as you continue, as you go along, you get to unlock those really cool, really awesome bits of machinery that you can attach to your vehicle, and your budget also increases. You can create a really magnificent machine to continue fighting against even bigger and more dangerous waves of enemies, so it's really quite cool. But the biggest change for the release, something that wasn't in early access but is now available once the game has hit the shelves officially, so to speak, are all of the changes to Battle Simulator. So, as you can see, we have created a new map, which is something that players have asked us since day one, to create a big open map with basically easygoing terrain, with no rough patches and not too many cliffs or stones, basically a place where they can test their vehicles, and we did that. We also added the ability to add buildings to Battle Simulator, so you can now do that as well. We also created the ability to designate targets for vehicles, so you can say that you can now give AI orders where it should go with its vehicle, and it will try to go there once the simulation starts. You can now select which vehicle is the player vehicle and which vehicle you will get to play as soon as you start the scenario, so you can create entire scenarios. But most importantly, we added a feature that actually allows you to share those scenarios with other players. So now when you create a scenario where, for instance, you have to defend a base from incoming enemy assault and overwhelming enemy forces, you don't have to play it by yourself. You can publish it on Steam Workshop and have other players give it a try. Or, if you don't want to, do all the work, you can just download ready scenarios from the Steam Workshop as well. We, as the developer team, will also publish a few scenarios of our own over the coming days, just to get you started a little bit. But now I believe you have been looking at this image a little bit too long, and it's about time I actually stop talking about the game and actually show you a bit more about the game. So, we have a plethora of different game modes, but I'll start, as I always do, start with the creative mode, where you get to see the new and fancy stuff that we have implemented. So, for instance, the new map we have created. Let's let it load for a second as I take a sip of my tea. Oh, I forgot to mention, this live stream actually started 2 hours before the game was released from early access. And if you want, you will be able to watch the replay of this live stream over on YouTube, where obviously we'll save the video, or at least I hope that it will be saved. But also we'll have a replay of this live stream on Steam once the original live stream ends, and you'll be able to tell, because there will be a little thing in the bottom left corner, bottom right corner, I think, saying that this is a restream of a recorded stream. But right now you don't see that, unless you're in the future. So this is actually the real deal. Okay, so as you can see, I loaded into our new map. It is very spacious, like I mentioned. This is all created because the players wanted the map to test even the biggest of our vehicles. So if I load one of my personal creations, the Black Belt, it is a very big and a very fast vehicle, and it has plenty of room to maneuver despite its rather enormous size. So I can go ahead and traverse this territory. There's a little bit of a narrower passage here. Obviously I wouldn't call it narrow, I still have plenty of space to move around, but I can also get to other area sections of the map that are a little bit more open. There's another lake over here if you want to test out your swimming vehicles. Obviously they don't really have anywhere to go, it's a lake, but if you want to test an amphibious vehicle you can do that. I can also, just by pressing an F2 button, spawn enemy vehicles. That is because I'm in creative mode, which is basically a sandbox mode, which allows me to do whatever I want, really. I am the master of the rules here. I do what I want. For instance, I could really easily go into a screenshot mode by pressing F11. And this is a mode I really encourage everybody to try, because as you can see now we can see brilliant English on my part. Still, I paused the time in screenshot mode and you can see the shot that destroyed the enemy vehicle here. It is about to explode into a million pieces. Meanwhile, you can also see how my vehicle with its automated turrets has unleashed a volley upon this thundercloud right here in the sky, and how bits and pieces of the ship are falling apart. Now, obviously those are just a few air balloon modules, but still, it's rather cool to see, and I personally really like to use the screenshot mode, not just for the screenshot, mind you, but just to have a quick look at how cool of an angle you can get. And I can get back to the real game by pressing F11, and as you can see, that vehicle did explode like I said it would. So, obviously creative mode does allow you to have fun with a bunch of different settings. I could continue exploring this map. Obviously the trees are destructible, it would be silly if they weren't. And I can have a look at whatever else there is to see. So I can keep pressing F2 button to spawn more and more enemies, but really if you want to spawn enemies, you really should give the endless mode a try, because that is where you get to fight against waves of enemies and you don't have to press any buttons. You just, you do have to press one button exactly that signifies that you're ready to start the endless mode, and that is when you will start facing the increasingly challenging waves of enemies. But then again, in the sandbox mode you just do whatever you want. So right now, for instance, if I want to spawn a particular vehicle to fight, I can press enter and enter the building mode. And in the building mode I can repair my vehicle, I can hold the left shift button and use the WASD keys to move my vehicle in its entirety around, and then I can create a different vehicle to fight against. I can load a vehicle from a Steam workshop, so for instance there is a vehicle created by one of our community members that I downloaded before the stream. Looks rather cool. It's going to be totally obliterated by my vehicle, so I feel sorry for it, but that's how it has to be sometimes, I suppose. I can then give it a little friend to help it along, so I can create another vehicle and then just really quick give it something I created just before I started this particular second part of the live stream, just before this Dieselpunk Wars officially left early access. And now I have two vehicles to fight against my one vehicle, and I'm probably going to destroy them both really, really hard. But what if I want to make them a little bit stronger? What if I want to give them a chance to actually stand against my vehicle? I can do that. I can easily modify them at a moment's notice. So to do this, I'll just use the hotbar at the bottom, and I'll look for like big guns, for instance. And there are plenty of really fun things. Let's see. How about advanced turret with quadruple barrels? Okay, that's a bit too big. So let's see, is there something ×3? Yes, triple barreled turret, that's going to be better. I'm going to make it dark and make it brass so it matches the color of this vehicle. And I'll just put it on top. It is going to look really awkward, but that's how it's going to work, deal with it. And then I can add, let's say I want to add some missiles to it. So a rocket launcher, like so, and I'll add it in front, and this vehicle will be able to fire some rockets. I can add some missile storage at the back. Now, typically speaking, you want to protect your missile storage, but for now I'll just keep it exposed. So as you can see, there are many things you can modify in a vehicle at a moment's notice. If I go back to my vehicle, I can make any sort of modifications as well. I can press on my turrets and say that, you know what, I don't need all of them to be automated. Let's say I want to control those 2 turrets in addition to my other turrets. That way those 4 turrets will be automated and other turrets I'll have complete control over. I can also hide any windows I want to, I can reveal them if I need to, so that's all doable. I can repaint this vehicle if I want to. I can repaint it, including even such things as, for instance, its armor thickness or its armor material. I really have a lot of things I can do. So if I want to have the top of my vehicle to have a Titan stripe in a dashing red color, I could do that. Why not? Does it look weird? Yes. Is there anything stopping me from doing that? No, there isn't. I do it because I can. And now if anybody hits this particular bit of my tank, they're going to have a really hard time punching through the Titan armor, because Titan is, well, very dense and can survive a lot of hits, as you can imagine. I can also add a few decals, because why not? Let's say I want to add... what do we have here? Something cool. A wolf, yes, why not? I want to add a wolf right here. Probably could have made it look cooler, but that's what I did. There are also a few decals designed by our Kickstarter backers, so if I wanted to, I could add them as well. Like so, for instance. It's really easy, I could rotate them, I could do whatever I want with them. And I accidentally added one over at the engine. That's fine, that doesn't matter. And then I can go back to play mode and see just how powerful my vehicle is against those vehicles. I can zoom in with my camera to get those really accurate shots, or I can zoom out and just see the battle as it unfolds from far away. Personally, I like to be a little bit zoomed in to get more accurate shots and to really just nail the enemy ships, you know? So I can now just continue destroying them. And again, I can at any point go into a screenshot mode and you can see how I'm firing, how my shots are partially being deflected by the enemy armor. So you can see some of my turrets fired, the projectile went into the enemy armor, and because it's a sloped piece of armor and relatively dense, I suppose, my projectiles were at not high enough velocity to make an impact. One did explode, but some of them just bounced off, and as you can see, they went into the air and eventually they exploded all the way over there. And all of this is calculated in real time by a very advanced physics engine. Just to, you know, keep reminding you how awesome the physics engine is, because it really is. It's awesome. And I'm not afraid to say it. It gives you a lot of options. You can also ram vehicles, although I don't have really any special types, weapons at the front to make ramming better, and I think I weakened my vehicle more so than anything else, but I still was able to dispatch the enemy with relative ease. So yeah, that's Dieselpunk Wars in a nutshell, but of course I'm just getting warmed up. This live stream is going to continue for about 2.5 more hours, and there are plenty of things we can do in the meantime. So, first of all, I'll give you a brief lesson on how to play the game, and then I'll show you how to build vehicles. So, let's start with this. I have my vehicle badly damaged, or maybe my vehicle is stuck. Because let's say I went into a bit of terrain that I can't get out of. I'm pretty sure I could get out of this bit by just reversing, and indeed I can, but if I get here and let's pretend for a second that I'm stuck, what do I do afterwards? Well, there's one option. I will just press the asterisk button. This will not only repair my vehicle and refill my ammo, but this will also help my vehicle get unstuck. What if my vehicle is still stuck despite this? Well, then I can enter build mode, hold the shift button and use the WASD keys to move away from the terrain that caused me to become stuck. This is something that I really recommend anybody to use if they are having any sort of problems. If you forget any of the keys, you can also check out the controls over here in the upper left corner of the screen by pressing on this button or by pressing the F1 button. In case you wonder how I enabled the mouse button, I just press the middle mouse button, which allows me to hide or reveal the mouse button, and that's how I was able to showcase this particular window to you. I can also check out other windows if I so desire, but that is something for later. Now, this is one bit of control, but there is also something else I probably should mention, and that is the fact that you have different types of camera modes, and that there are different things to take into account when you're actually controlling your vehicle. So for instance, let's say I'll go to my vehicle and I'll click on this part and say camera mode. This will allow me to actually use this camera mode at my to use the front camera if I so desire. Moreover, I realize I probably should tell you how to move your vehicle around, so let's do that first, shall we? First of all, you move with W, A, S and D keys. You can modify them by going to the options and controls, and you can change the keys you want. And you can change your crosshair, invert your mouse, do all the cool things you normally would be expected to be able to do in a game. By pressing left shift you can accelerate. This will also turn on any boosters you have available, but it will generate heat, as you can see on the left side of the screen right here. Right now my heat is dissipating, but it could increase again if I enable boosters one more time. Heat is dangerous because if I keep boosting, I will eventually overheat. Right now I'm starting to overheat. So far nothing's happening, no reason to be concerned, no reason to concern myself with. And now, as you can see, I caught on fire. Fire is an issue that you should probably treat rather seriously, as would be the case with anything else, anywhere else. So if I stay on fire, one of the ways to douse out the fire, obviously, would be to quickly go into the water before I am completely burned alive. And as you can see, my tank actually floats on water. I didn't expect it to, but I guess I made it relatively light in relative to its surface area, so that's good to know. So that's one thing you should keep in mind. Another thing is that when you're building your vehicle, you might be wondering how to make sure that this vehicle is good for instance, flying around or whatever. Let's load up Final Hour, a different vehicle. It's a flying vehicle. If I start flying, I can press Shift, or rather hold spacebar to increase the target velocity, which you can see on the left side of this bar on the screen. It basically tells me how much air I'm putting into my air balloons. If I hold the spacebar for more, the default amount of air will be higher. If I hold the left control instead, then I'll deflate my balloons and start dropping below. So this is something you should keep in mind if you want to learn how to control an airship. Other than that, you can move your airship just the way you would move any other ship. There are also similar controls for a submarine. Submarine is maybe a bit more tricky, but you can learn all of the controls, including roll and pitch, which are very important for submarines, by pressing the F1 key. Now, another thing I should probably mention, like I said already, is the fact that, as you can see, my vehicle is very stable. It doesn't tilt to the side, it flies very stable. If I press the B button and enter the bottom camera, I can see from underneath my vehicle. And as you can see, the vehicle is very stable, it can fire quite easily at far away targets. So everything is good. But maybe something is bad. Let's give it a try, shall we? Let's say that I really want to add a big turret at the front, like I already did. Here. Is this vehicle going to fly well now? The answer is, well, it is going to fly, it does have enough of a lift power to do that, but it is now tilted forward. It's not very practical, is it? No, it is not. So how can you tell when your vehicle is perfectly balanced, as all things should be, and when your vehicle is not? Well, the answer to that question, my dear sirs and ladies, is you go into this option here, and you check the center of mass and the center of float. No, sorry, the center of lift. So the center of mass tells me exactly where the middle of the mass of my vehicle is. This is the center of mass, so everything is going to revolve around this. And the center of lift tells me where the center of my lift power is. So right now, as you can see, those two are almost exactly aligned on one axis, which means that my vehicle should have no problems reaching a stable position when flying upwards, as I have already demonstrated. Now, things would be a little bit more awkward if I wanted to accelerate. For instance, as you can see right now, if I leave the build mode and enter into a default camera, and actually just to showcase this to you a little bit better, I'll add some rocket boosters. So let's go to movement, and let's go to... I could add small rocket boosters, they were also added at some point, so I might as well showcase them. And you know what, I'll enable mirror mode to make this a little bit easier for myself. So if I add those things to my vehicle, now this looks really awkward. And actually, yeah, whatever. I'm just doing this for demonstration purposes, so it's all fine. So if I add a few of those small rocket boosters, they look hideous, I know. But if I go really, really high, and if I now accelerate, let's zoom out a bit. If I accelerate and hold shift to activate my afterburners, you see that I'm now starting to tilt forward in a really unorthodox fashion, and it wouldn't be helpful if I tried to aim at an enemy that was directly in front of me. That is because, as you can see, let's move out of the trees for a second. That is because the areas where I generate propulsion from, they're not aligned with my center of mass. They are below it, and they're below the center of lift. So basically, when a force is applied at this angle, then the front of my vehicle will go upwards. It's all real-world physics, so it's really fun if you think about it, because it basically, if you think that something should work in real life, it's probably going to work in this game as well. So, let us continue, and I'll showcase a bit more of this vehicle, because I'm having fun flying with it around, and as you can see, it is now flying. Even when I accelerate, it is still maintaining the stable position, because all of its engines are perfectly aligned. I'm about to sneeze. No, wait. Okay. Don't worry. I contained it. I'm not going to sneeze. So as you can see, all of my engines, which are over here, that's one of my engines, and that's another engine, they're perfectly aligned with my center of mass, which is why this vehicle flies so effortlessly, really. And it can really get anywhere I want to with little issue. Of course, that's all fine and dandy, but in a real combat situation, things are going to be a little bit less optimal, as you might imagine, because when we open fire and when the enemy opens fire on us, we're going to start tilting, because every time you fire a shot, it also affects your stability and your orbit, and you're going to start moving around whether you want it or not. So it's going to be a little bit trickier to keep that stable orbit. But for now, as you can see, whoop, I probably need to change my camera, that's a little bit better. As you can see, I zoomed in to have a forward look. I now only see the enemy vehicle, and I'm able to quite effortlessly dispatch it. I do not have access to that many of my weapons because it's directly underneath me, unfortunately, which makes this assault a little bit awkward, so I'll move back and make sure that I can fire it a little bit better. But now the enemy has the cover of trees. So let's move to a different camera and start moving forward again and try to dispatch that pesky enemy land ship that dares to try to fight me. Now I do have a quad cannon at the front of my ship that is very powerful, but it is going to be difficult to align it, unfortunately, and the enemy is using the cover of trees to stay out of my sight. So I can now barely even see the enemy, but they're over there. He's cutting through the trees, trying to find a path, while you, are not going to find salvation today. I opened fire with a full barrage of all of my turrets, and the enemy is now gone. So as you can see, controls in this game, they might be confusing at first, but you will really quickly get a hang of it. So it's all fine and dandy and it's all cool. Now allow me to take a sip of, unfortunately no longer tea, I ran out of tea, so instead I'm going to take a sip of water as I go back into the main menu, because I want to show different game modes for you. So give me a second, I'll take a sip of water. I really needed that. I'm already talking for 2.5 hours and I'm only halfway through this live stream, so the live stream is only going to continue now. So I showcased the creative mode to you and how you can basically create a vehicle of your dreams. Actually, you know what? I want to go back to it for a second because I wanted to show you just how many parts there are available in the game. But this can wait. For now, let me show you the building aspect in the endless mode. And for the endless mode, I've already shown you the valley map. And if you're a newcomer, then, well, first of all, welcome. I hope you like Dieselpunk Wars. And secondly, I'll show a different map to change things around. So let's go back to the Annans map, the old favorite, and I'll use it to see how will I handle the enemy fight, the enemy waves. Waves of enemy vehicles, that would be a better way of saying it, I suppose. So, I'm obviously not going to use the starting vehicle. I could, and it might even win against the first wave, because usually the first wave is very easy. But instead, I'm going to clear my vehicle, and start anew. So I'm going to go ahead and create something, and of course I already shown you how to create great vehicles at the start of this live stream, but I will do so again just so everybody knows. This is the most important centerpiece of any vehicle. It's the command block. If you lose the command block, you lose your vehicle, it's blown up, it doesn't matter what other parts are remaining, the vehicle is gone without its command block, so you need to protect it at all costs. How I tend to do it is I tend to create a bit of space between my command block and everything else. So to do this, I will go ahead and use some of the frames that I have available, and I'll attach them to the front and back of my command block. I'll make a... let's see, what kind of vehicle do I want to create? Well, I need to have a vehicle that has a relatively good... that is focused on being able to fight the enemies in front of it, but not so good at dealing with the enemies behind it, but still decent. I enabled a mirror mode to make my build progress a little bit faster, and now that it is enabled, I can make swift progress in creation of this vehicle. So now that I have a basic chassis, so this is basically like a spine of my vehicle, and I'm going to attach all of the necessary parts to it now. As you can see on the left side of the screen, we have in the red power, crew and fuel stats. That is because if you want to have a functioning vehicle, those stats should be above 0, as you might imagine. So I'm going to go through different sections of the available blocks. Of course, you can select all of them to be visible, or you can look for something like engine. And I found a steam engine, a small steam engine, and a small diesel engine. I'll go for a mix of steam engines and diesel engines because, I mean, I don't know why that would be useful in a real world, but this is a video game and I want to do it, so I'm gonna do it. So I'm gonna keep steam engines near the back, like so, and I'll keep the small diesel engines near the front, like so. Now this uses a lot of my allocated budget, so I need to be careful with anything else I add to this vehicle. I'll add liquid fuel, as well as solid fuel for my vehicle, and now I have plenty of fuel, more than I need actually, so you know what, I might actually, just to save up on a little bit of my building budget, I'll disable the mirror mode and I'll add a fuel storage between the back engines and liquid fuel between the front engines. Now the thing you need to be worried about is that any fuel can catch on fire, so generally try to place your fuel in an area where you know the enemy isn't going to hit you. So I'll try to keep my fuel reserves fairly well protected. Alright, now as you can see, what I need else is, actually I'm a little bit lacking in terms of fuel still, so I'll add a bit more of solid fuel in the back right over here, so that I'm now in the white, meaning that everything is okay. Next up, I'll need to add some crew compartments. So crew, as you might imagine, is necessary not only for the smooth operation of your engines, but also your guns and basically everything else in your vehicle. So I added 6 crew compartments. My budget is... I almost used up half of my budget, but I still have some left, that is fine. Now, the most tricky part, the ammunition. So ammo tends to explode, fun fact. So never ever place it close to your fuel reserves, because then when fuel catches the fire, your ammo might explode. Also, never put it too close to where the enemy might hit it with their attacks, because then your vehicle might explode. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to hide the ammo behind my engines can also catch on fire, so hiding ammo over there would be a little bit risky. Instead, I'll place my ammo over here in the back. Now the risk is that if somebody destroys one of my ammo parts, they will destroy both and I'll have no ammunition left. But even when that happens, I'll still have the forward engine, so at least I should still be somewhat able to move around. Lastly, I'll need the detection module, and that is because I'll need to be able to see the enemies that I'm fighting. I'll add 2 detection modules at the front of my ship and 1 detection module on the sides of my ship. I don't think I'll need to see enemies that are behind me, so I'm nothing behind me. And I almost used up all of my budget. Almost, but not everything, which is a good sign, because I still need to add some propellers. Now I'm going to, this time around, use, you know what, their tools. I really like them, they're very good at traversing difficult terrain. So I'll add their tools to the back of my vehicle. let's say, you know what, I probably want to space them out from the rest of my vehicle, so I'll add a few of my whole areas, reinforcements, just to make sure that everything is hunky-dory and safe. So like this, I'm going to extend my vehicle to this side a little bit to make sure that whenever somebody hits my wheels, well then obviously bad things will happen because I need my wheels, but at the very least my vehicle will still be somewhat operational. Of course you want to keep tenable wheels at the front because you want to tan. You could also use tenable wheels in the back, but then your vehicle might become a little bit too maneuverable, and you don't necessarily want this to happen. It could get a little bit awkward, so I encourage against this. Now I'm almost out of my budget because those wheels are actually quite expensive, so on a second thought I'll change them to regular wheels, and this should still be good enough, like nothing fancy but good enough. So I'll go for regular wheel and a regular tenable wheel and attach them in front. As you can see, those wheels are quite a bit cheaper, and I still have a decent amount of budget to use, so this should be a little bit better for me. Now obviously every vehicle, oops, I think I misclicked a little bit, so that's fine. I'll just delete this wheel. Oh, I know why, that's because I didn't enable mirror when I was adding the blocks, so that's my bad really, but it's not a big issue. I can just add the cube here without any issues, and now I will be able to add the tenable wheels just as I desired, like so, and now it works. Excellent. So now with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and add the last thing to the vehicle. I mean, there are two more things this vehicle needs or has to have. One are guns, two is armor, and potentially three, I might use some cooling in order to allow for my vehicle to actually lose some of the heat it generates, when, for example, when using a rocket booster. But I'm not sure if I'll be using that just yet. I might not have the budget for it. For now I need guns. So what kind of guns do I want to use? Do I have anything close quarters? No, I just started the endless mode, so I'll go with something basic. I'll go with an open gun at the front. I'll go for a... Actually, you know what? No, I'll go for a hemisphere gun at the front. Few mortars and maybe a small turret in somewhere near the middle. So that small turret is going to be positioned safely over here, and it should have a pretty good angle of fire. And then I'll have a few other turrets, so just to have a place to place them, I'll probably need to add a few cube blocks. So I might add a cube block here and there, and then assume that I'll place my mortars over here. That should do us nicely. And finally, I'll probably add some turrets near the back of my vehicle to protect me from, you know, any other assaults that are coming from behind or the sides, and that is where I'm going to place the hemisphere guns. And now, unfortunately, as you can see, I'm a bit over budget, so I wanted to say that I could get rid of ammo storage and just go for one, but even then I'll be over budget. So I need to get rid of some of my guns for now, because I cannot afford to have all of those. So maybe the middle gun will go, that's fine. Now, as you can see, I'll probably not have enough budget to give enough armor to my vehicle, because if I give just a little bit more armor to my vehicle, like for instance where my command module is, as you can see, it uses not a lot of my budget, but it does use some. So I'm going to use wood, because you can change the material that you use to create your vehicle. Now, wood might not be known for its quantities as a very resistant material, but hey, I say I want to try to see if it works, and I'll try. So let's use wood as my go-to material. So I'll add it over here. And what kind of color do I want for wood? I guess brown is a good wooden color. Yeah, that looks about decent. Now, of course, those blocks are not going to be very resistant. They're probably going to break after encountering the enemy. But still, they'll provide me with just at least a little bit of protection. So that's what I'm going to go for. Now, obviously, I want my vehicle to be aerodynamic, because in case I haven't mentioned this already, or you didn't hear that yet, this game does take into account such things as, for instance, air drag. So you want to make sure that your vehicle is as aerodynamic as possible. Oh, wow. Even wood is over budget for me now. That is a problem. I mean, wood is actually, is wood even all that cheaper from regular iron? Let's check it. I can quickly modify the kind of material I'm using. So let's go ahead and paint armor thickness. No, not armor thickness. You can change the armor thickness over here as well. But I want to paint armor material, and I want to change it to iron because honestly I don't quite remember. And yeah, iron is quite just as expensive as wood. Now the reason for that is actually quite simple. That is because wood, yeah, it's not very resistant, but it does have the extra quantity of being able to keep you afloat if you need to stay afloat. So that's always something nice to have. Now what can I get rid of and still have a decent vehicle? You know what? I don't need this many mortars. I might as well just use one mortar and that will be good. So I'm going to go ahead and reinforce my spine in the middle. Like so, add a single mortar turret at the front of my vehicle. And I still have a little bit more. Oh, I changed the colors of my steel blocks as well. That's going to be annoying because you can see how different, how those colors, those blocks differ in color. In fact, I need to fix that right now because it's going to bug me unless I do this. So, oh, you know what? Let's have them brown. Because why not? Now, of course, they still have different color, but at least it looks like I did it on purpose rather than I did it on accident. So, I feel a little bit better about it. And feeling better about something is always important. Now, usually you would want to protect your ammo blocks, but I'm not quite sure if I will have the budget to do it. I'll try to, however, I'll definitely try to. So if I go back to the front, I definitely want it to be aerodynamic, so I'll add the triangle pieces over here. This also helps my vehicle avoid incoming fire, which is rather important, as you might imagine, because the enemy shots are more likely to bounce off from angled beasts and pieces of armor, so that's something you probably want to take into account. Alright, I'm almost out of budget now. Can I protect this? Can I protect those ammo blocks? I don't think I can. I mean, I could get rid of something else and protect them. Question is, do I care enough to do that? I'm not entirely certain, I'll be entirely honest with you. I don't think the enemy will have a chance to even get to the back of my vehicle. At least I'll try not to let them. So this vehicle, clearly not very likely to survive a prolonged combat scenario. But against the first wave in an endless mode, it might just do. Let's move to a different position and let's exit the build mode by pressing enter. So as you can see, this vehicle, is it going to move? Yes, it does move. Do I have any red flags? No. Everything is in the... There are no red flags, everything is good. So, things seem to be alright. The game does notify me that I do not have any exhaust on cooling ports, which means that if I try to overheat or accelerate too much, my engines might catch on fire, but I think this isn't something I really need to worry about. So, without further ado, let's start the first wave. The first wave, like I mentioned, should be relatively easy. Should be, but right now isn't. I'm taking quite a bit of fire. Still, I'm trying to do my best to destroy the enemy before they can destroy me. Now, my mortar is a very explosive turret, so it should do quite well. Ideally, I should destroy the enemy turrets. As you can see, the enemy is trying to strive around me. They have more to gain by doing this. I'm in a comfortable position myself. But I can't seem to do any serious harm to it. It seems like I needed to have more guns, and the enemy... Oh, never mind. That was a good shot. The enemy was completely destroyed. So, I was able to survive the first wave, and as such, my budget increased quite a bit, which is very good. It allows me to finish preparing my vehicle, and I can also now make sure that this vehicle is going to be up to standard, and that it will be able to face whatever else comes my way. So, let's go ahead and go back to building. And really quickly, I want to check out what parts I have been awarded, because the parts you get for winning are always random. And oh, I've got a shield generator, airplane propeller as well, bridge module, a round module that's mostly for armor, and oh really? Now this is mostly an Easter egg, but I got a cannon, and I do mean like a pirate cannon. It even has wooden supports. It's rubbish. It does nothing. So I was a bit unlucky over there. Oh, but I also locked a huge mortar. Now that is a bit more lucky, I suppose. Now I do not quite have the room to put it. As you can see, it is very, very, very massive. And putting just one almost uses up the entirety of my budget. But it will be very useful later on when I defeat the second wave, I suppose. For now, what I really care is the thing I spotted, the shield generator. So the shield generator, it's going to protect part of my ship from being damaged. Now, unfortunately, it is 2 by 2, so I'm not sure how I can put it to and stay symmetrical. And I do want to stay symmetrical because I just like symmetry. So, you know what? It's going to be fine. I'm going to enable the mirror mode and put those over here. And those purple bubbles, they are the force fields that are going to protect my vehicle from harm. So hopefully this is going to be enough to prevent any enemy from hitting me, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to afford them now that I think about it, because I do need to have a bit more armor. Shields are nice and all, but I do need to make sure that even without them, I can survive incoming fire, so that's more important, I believe. So let's go ahead and finish inputting some armor upon my vehicle to make sure that it is up to standard, up to snuff. Do I want to give another inverse triangle? No. What would work in this scenario? No, that definitely doesn't work. That looks ugly. How about a triangle block? There we go. That's going to be decent enough. And then a slope over here. And then the slopes over the ammo blocks to make sure that they are well protected. And then triangles over here. In case you're wondering how I'm rotating my paths, I'm just using the mouse wheel. If I wanted to rotate them on a different axis, all I need to do is, for instance, if I want to rotate this part on a different axis, I just have to press Q, and then I can have them be placed completely differently, like so, for instance. I don't know why I would want to do that, but I can if I so desire. So it's certainly an option. Alright, now that this is done, I'm going to go ahead and continue improving this vehicle. So let's add... Oops. Let's change the position of this block, like so. So add a bit of protection in the back. So now our back is very well protected from assault and attacks. In fact, maybe a bit too protected. And yes, there is such thing as too much protection. It looks bulky, it looked not very aerodynamic. It looked like anybody could just make a very solid hit against me if they chose to. And I don't like that. So let's go ahead and fix that, add a few more slopes to make sure that my vehicle is well protected. I don't like how my engines are very exposed to the elements, but I'll make do. Now let's go ahead and add a bit of cooling modules as well, so that I will be able to accelerate in the future. So let's add a regular chimney. I like chimneys, they're fun, they look cool. And you know what, I probably want to give myself a bit of extra acceleration, just because why not? So I'm going to go to the movement tab and add a rocket booster. And that is going to make my vehicle a little bit faster. And is it just me, or is my live stream a little bit choppy? I just looked at my live stream, I didn't see that before because on my screen is fine, but live stream seems a bit choppy. Well, do let me know in the comments if it gets better or not, and I'll try to adjust if that is the case. Anywho, now my vehicle will be able to accelerate. Those turrets, however, looked really stupid, so I'm going to delete them. And now I'm going to go ahead and add the last remaining pieces of armor for my vehicle, basically making sure that it is well protected from attacks on all sides. This also includes the front side, so let's do the same over here, change the color here, and I'll change the color one more time. Wait a second, I'll disable the mirror mode for a second, just so I can find what am I looking for. The gray color. Wait, was I using gray? Yes, I was using the gray color. Alright, good. I was for a second confused. So let's use the quad triangle here and another one here. No, that doesn't really make much sense, does it? I think just a regular slope will do, and then just a regular triangle here. Alright, that is shaping out to be a nice looking view. Oh yeah, I need to do this on the other side. Alright, I'll do that real quick. Where is the inverse triangle? Not the quad triangle, I mean. There we go. And finally the slope. Nice. Alright, so the front of this vehicle is quite well protected, and I can now reinforce the upper area, so I'm going to go ahead and add a few more slopes, change the colors to brown to match the pattern I'm going with, go for an inverse block over here. Like so. I don't like how my engines are so very exposed, but my time in this live stream is also limited. I mean, I'll stream for a long time, but even I have my own limits, so at some point I'll have to end, so I don't want to spend the eternity improving this ship. But I do want to perform well in this endless scenario as well. Oh no, I didn't enable mirror mode. I keep thinking I have it on, but I didn't. Oh well. That's fine, I'll just put things again. Once more. Now this is why we added the mirror mode, to make sure that this thing goes a little bit faster, but because I'm a knucklehead, I forgot to turn it on after I turned it off. So that's my bad. Alright, as you can see, now we are fairly well armored. I'm a bit afraid that my wheels might not be enough to propel my vehicle. Also, I still have dirt wheels in the back. Interesting, I must have not deleted them, so let's go ahead and delete them, and you know what, I'll actually add the dirt wheels in the back again. Reason being, I still have some budget to use, and dirt wheels, they'll give me a little bit more power, so my vehicle should be able to move a little bit better after I add those. Alright, so that is done. Can I afford dirt wheels in the front? Probably not if I want to have any guns, so I'll hold on for now. Now in terms of guns, what do I have available that would be good? Well, those small turrets, they're always nice to have because they have decent enough firing arcs, and as you can see I can place them inside my armor, and they look like they fit quite nicely in there. But if I add too many of them, then I'll be over budget, so I'll then add a mortar turret over here, and I'm almost over budget, and my vehicle is not that much stronger than it was before, and that worries me somewhat. Yeah, I think I will get rid of the chimneys. They don't cost that much, but if I get rid of both of them, then I'll be able to add maybe another turret, and I'll get rid of the engine, the rocket booster as well, just so I can have a bit more firepower somewhere. I'll add a small turret, let's say it over here. And I'm just slightly above the budget now, which is very unfortunate. What can I get rid of that I don't desperately need is the question. Maybe these side spotting modules. They're not necessary, and they do cost a bit. They cost certainly way more than the slope module does, so I can replace them. You know what, that looks fine. I can replace them, and now I have a bit more room for another turret. So I could place another turret somewhere. Do I really need to? Well, I might need to do it just to be safe. If I can afford it, there's no reason not to do that. Actually, I need to have a bit more armor at the back. So first of all, let's deal with that. And I have 5 more budget, so this allows me to get myself another hemisphere gun maybe. Maybe I'll add a regular block to the side of this vehicle, right over here, and then I'll add the hemisphere gun. And that's way over budget. No, never mind. I won't be able to do that. Are there any cheaper guns? Let's see, what is the cheapest gun I have available? Well, the one I just unlocked. So, you know what? Let's be pirates. Let's add regular pirate guns on our vehicle. And even they're too expensive. That's just sad. I wanted it for the memes, but I guess I can't have them. Alright, well, I'm out of budget, but this vehicle, it does have decent armor. It should fight well enough. I hope. I'll just add one more slope to the back of the vehicle just to make sure that I don't get destroyed by anybody. I'll paint my vehicle so that it functions a bit better. Wait, that's the wrong color. I didn't press that right. I'll paint my vehicle so that it functions a little bit better and seems more coherent. Alright, it's going to be difficult to paint that spot, but that's okay. And for now, I think this vehicle is quite ready. I'll add a decal. They don't cost anything and they look cool. So let's go ahead and add those. Maybe in the red, why not? It's not very visible. Black. Also not. You have to take into account that I'm painting decals over a metallic surface, so that also applies to the decals themselves. Well, let's go ahead and put them like this. And this should pretty much be good. So, oops, I again added the extra decal, but that's okay, we can have more. So, we have 2 on one side and none on the other side, that's okay. Let's go ahead and rotate my vehicle a little bit by using the X button. And let's go ahead and see how well I'll perform this time. Actually, no, there is one more important thing I wanted to do. I'm not so good at targeting, you know? So why don't I let some of my turrets do the job for me? So I'll let the back turret and 2 of the front turrets to take aim on their own, whereas I will control the mortar and this turret, the side turret. Actually, you know what? Let's do it the other way around. I'll let the AI control the middle turret and I'll control the front turrets. So that's how it's going to work. This also makes it a little bit easier for me if the enemy uses any flyers. But in the second wave, I don't think they'll do that. So let's go ahead and start, get ready, and see how I do. Alright, so now with the second wave, the enemy is going to be quite a bit more powerful, most likely. So what I want to do is quickly build some distance between me and the other vehicle, so that they cannot fire me on me simultaneously. Meanwhile, I want to be able to fire on both of them at my leisure. So, those vehicles are really big. Right, he really doesn't want me to let encircle him, so I suppose what I will do in this case is I'll stop and I'll focus on this other vehicle. And that was the right call because it was already damaged by my other attacks. It was already mobile and I was able to finish it off. And oh, that's going to be a hit. No, I'm backed off. Probably neither of us, neither me nor the AI, wanted to risk it. Now the enemy does have an exposed ammo block at the top, so if I can snipe that, the enemy is gone. Oh yeah. Wonderful. As you can see, this also gave me access to more parts. What do we have? Round, long edge, pipe free, mortar, modern turret. And another huge turret. So these are rather big and could be useful, but I may not have the budget for them. I still need to finish making sure that my vehicle is actually properly armored. So for now, let's go ahead and finish doing that, shall we? So let's go ahead and do it over here. Oh, and I forgot to enable the mirror mode because I'm a dummy. That's okay though. I mean, I would rather not be a dummy, but it happens, and dummies are also important for, I don't know, things. Alright, and now that my vehicle is reinforced, it should be pretty decent at resisting any incoming attacks. Of course, its engines still are exposed, which is a bit awkward, but I could hide them underneath some guns. And I think I might do that. So let's have a quick look at what I just unlocked. Let's have a look at everything. I unlocked a bridge. This gives me more crew. I'm not sure if I need more crew. I don't at the moment. But I also unlocked... I know I have the... Do you want to have the shield generator? The problem is it's a 2x2. It's not going to be symmetrical. And I can't really afford to have both of them, can I? Yeah, it's symmetry is important to me. So let's have a quick look at everything else I have available. A double turret. You know what? This might do just fine. It looks rather ugly though, and does put me over my build limits. So maybe not necessarily. But I could instead just go for more of the same. So I'll go for regular guns. And you know what? I might need something anti-air because the enemy might start using airships against me. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's get myself more turrets that are meant to fight against airborne targets. Actually, maybe place them like this. And this should mean that my vehicle will be quite good at deflecting enemy attacks. And also I probably can now afford to get myself the spotting module on the side. So let's go ahead and look for that real quick. Actually, you know what? I could now actually add cooling, so let's go for chimney. Or you know what? No, let's go for exhaust pipe of this sort. Let's add it over here. Let's make sure it's colored properly. Now this should allow me to boost my vehicle. And in order to boost my vehicle, obviously I'll need to have my rocket booster. So let's find it, rocket booster. I guess I need to press O. Popularize rocket, there we go. And I'm going to add it just like this. And I'm still over budget, that is fantastic. So last I'll do is I'll make sure that those turrets have auto aim enabled. That is important because I want to use those turrets against airships, so they'll do that. But I'll keep the front turrets as something that I can control, because it's just easier for me to control the turrets at the front. Alright, it seems like everything is great. I can now hold shift to move my vehicle a little bit to a place where I know I feel safe. I'll move X, I'll rotate my vehicle with X, and then I'll go ahead and start the third wave. Hopefully I'll be able to survive this one. Alright, so far we've got an airship bomber. I'll definitely need to prioritize this guy first, because this guy has bombs. Bombs are very dangerous. They're easy to dodge, but if he does hit me, that will be game over for me. So I don't want to stay underneath him, so I'll turn on my afterburner and continue firing at the enemies over here. Alright, so it seems like otherwise we will have similar enemies that we fought before. I'll just continue firing upon them. And just in case you're just tuning in, there's something important I need to showcase. So, as you can see, there is also a screenshot mode. Basically, the way it works is if you press F11 at any point in your game, you pause the time and you can, well, make screenshots obviously, and just look around the battlefield, which is really cool. I really love this mechanic personally, because it gets you those really awesome shots like this one. You can see how I'm firing at the enemy point blank, some bits and pieces of metal are flying off. You can see how my vehicle is starting to get a bit damaged. Over here there's a bit of an explosion. This vehicle is doing just fine. You can see how my turret just fired, and how the enemy also just fired upon my ship. And then the enemy bullet, it seems like it managed to ricochet off my armor, and it flew all the way into the air over here. We can actually see the individual bullet. Like I mentioned, this game does calculate every single projectile, and which makes it extraordinarily realistic. And also we can have a quick look-see at the enemy airship, which has, well, I mean, from down below I thought it's exploding and it has seen better days. And you can see how some of its parts have broken apart and are falling away, but the airship still is mostly operational, so I do need to keep an eye on it and make sure it doesn't do anything bad for me. Right, well, as long as I remember about it and don't stand in one place, its bombs shouldn't affect me. Alright, so let's finish off at least one of the enemies. Can I finish you off? Well, I was able to ram him, but that didn't do much. My armor was a bit damaged in this attack, and I'm not sure if I accomplished anything. And the enemy is doing quite well at surviving my attacks, but I will not give up and I will not surrender. So the problem is, oh, I'm out of ammo. So if you look at the bottom of the screen, you can see weapons 1. This is my weapons group. And basically what happens is that if you don't bring enough ammo, your weapons will no longer be able to fire. I think I still have some, judging by the numbers over there, but eventually I'll run out of ammo, and this will not be a fun time. Also, I'm now going into the water. I don't want to be in water because I don't have an amphibious vehicle. Oh, I can see the enemies. I can see the enemy's ammo block, and I was able to defeat him. Excellent. So now I need to find the remaining enemies and destroy them with the few bits of ammunition I have left. The question is, who's left to kill? That vehicle right over there. Let's go ahead and fire. I missed. Can I ram him? Well, kind of. But it wasn't very successful. I think I was able to blow it partially. But there we go. It's gone. And the question is, where is... Oh, I destroyed the bomber too. I guess my anti-air defense was able to finish the enemy off. Excellent. So what do we have? We've got a catcher. Now this is an interesting weapon. It basically allows you to tether to enemy units and force them to come closer to you. That works really nice if you have like a buzzsaw at the front of your vehicle. I unlocked a big bomb launcher, pipes, those are decorational blocks, turbocharger, that's nice, that allows you to, obviously it works like regular turbochargers, a rudder, asset propeller, view front side, big bomb launcher. So if I wanted to create a bomber, I suppose I could do that, but I don't know if this vehicle feels very bombery, you know? Anyway, I'll press the asterisk button to repair it to full and make sure I have all my ammunition back. And next I'll need to think, what do I do with this whole conundrum? Do I want to have a flying vehicle, or do I want to continue going the way I've been going thus far? You know what, I think I'm going to go ahead and first of all make sure I'm not out of ammo anymore. So I already almost ran out of ammo, but my armor seems to be holding quite firm. So I believe I can take a small risk and add more ammo storage on the side over here and over here. And hopefully the enemy will not be able to blow it up. If they will, then I'll cry, because this will most likely mean my death. You know what? Actually, let's keep them in the middle, because this will make it even more protected, and I'll still have a bit more armor to protect me. And obviously I'll add a bit of protection on the sides. Now, what else do I need? Do I want to have more movement? Do I want to have more weapons? What did I unlock? I need to remind myself. So let's have a quick look-see. More propellers. Basically, the game is really suggesting that I should go for some kind of airship, but I'm not sure if I have the budget to do that. I could try it, of course, I could try it, or I could continue improving this particular vehicle and make it as awesome as I possibly can. And I think I'll go for the latter option. So what I'll do is I'll replace those two steam engines, and I'll enable mirror mode because I keep forgetting to do that. I'll instead add some more small diesel engines to make sure that I'm not out of power. And actually, just to wear enough. Diesel is quite efficient, as you might imagine. So once I have done this, what else can I do? I can add a gun at the top, and I can add a big gun, such as this turret. I'll first need to delete those turrets in the front because they were blocking me, but now look at this. I can fire directly into my other turrets, yay! Alright, now this is probably an issue I should deal with. So those anti-air turrets, they need to go. This turret in the middle, it was nice, I liked it, but it needs to go as well. Let's retrofit my vehicle, and I'll make sure that my anti-air turrets are now in the middle rather than on the sides. So there we go. I'll make sure they're bronze as well. And you know what? I'll make the back turret also an anti-air turret, just to be sure that if any airships attack me, I'll be properly protected. I'll be well protected against them. Next up, I'll make sure that I have the detection module I talked about. So I will go to detection, go for view front, and I'll insert them on the side, amusingly enough. I could also insert them in the back, but I really don't think I need to do this necessarily. And finally, I still have a decent amount of budget left. I really want to use the shield generator. I'm not sure if I... Like, is there a place where I could put it where it wouldn't look really, really awful? Well, that looks really, really awful. How about if I put it in here? I will need to have some sort of block to support it first. So let's go to Hull Extra, get back my frames, and put them over here, and then I'll add the shield modules. Where are they? I completely lost them. I'll just set for them again. So the cool thing is that we have a decent search bar, so you can just set for the part you want. And now this vehicle looks stupid because of how those modules just kind of protrude from the side. But I want to keep them, and I'm still within the building limit, so I'll just see how this works. Finally, I'll enable auto-aim for all of my anti-air turrets, because that is rather important. So auto-aim to all of you, dear sirs, thank you very much. Now, because I'll be firing and aiming those big turrets, I guess I can enable auto-aim for the front turrets now as well, and just focus my attention on the big guns at the top. Moreover, I still have some budget left. So what I can do now is, first of all, I'll change the wheels we have at the front. And I'll go ahead and add the new wheels, that being the... Why do I keep hiding everything everywhere? That being the dirt wheels, so that I have a bit more power to move forward if I need to, and so that it's a bit easier to traverse territory. So, land propeller, and I even have monster double wheels. But I don't think this is going to be good for me here, especially since they're supposed to be put at the front of a vehicle. So let's not do that, they're too big. I also have monster wheels. I didn't notice unlocking them, but they're very big. As you can see, in order to just put them, I'll need to make space, and besides, they're not turnable. So I'm going to go back to turnable dirt wheels, and I'll use those happily. There we go. And now my vehicle should be quite maneuverable. I still have a little bit of budget left. So the last thing I'll do is I'll go to paint and decals. I'll click on paint and I'll paint armor, material and armor thickness. Actually just material. And I'll basically make sure that the back of my vehicle is made of titanium. Why? Because I want to make absolutely sure that my armor blocks are secure. Now titanium doesn't look very nice. So I'll just use glass steel and that looks a little bit cooler and it also gives me a bit more budget to work with. So I'm going to go ahead and also change the front to titanium and now my vehicle is very well defended. Also paint colors because this one has the wrong color. So alright, now this vehicle looks a bit funny for various reasons, but it should be ready to take on the next wave. So let's see how well I'm going to do. Let's leave the build mode and let's go ahead and start the next wave. Let's go. Alright, the enemy has a lot more vehicles and one of my shields has already lost power. So let's turn a little bit, make sure the enemy attacks my other side and okay. Now the other shield is recharging, so I'll need to use that and it's about to decharge. Man, the enemy is really giving me a run for my money. My shields are trying to keep a stable charge, but they're having a hard time. This air vehicle is a big problem for me, so let's go ahead and try to get rid of it if possible. No, I can't. Oh, I don't want to go into water. No, I do not, dear says. Let's get out of the water. My vehicle so far is still operational, but I'm having doubts if I can keep this up. Alright, I made a good contact with one of the enemy vehicles. I think it's still operational partially, but it's not a threat at the very least. So now I need to make sure I can destroy the enemy airship without exposing my armor blocks. Oh no, I lost a wheel! Oh, this makes it very difficult to turn. But I'll try to turn nevertheless. Alright, let's hit the brakes. And let's just calmly try to knock out the guns of that vehicle right up there. I can even zoom a little bit to get those really precise angles and fire. Alas, I wasn't able to make it. The enemy was actually able to destroy me. This is very unfortunate, but I did my best. I reached the 4th wave. I reached a score of 7,118. I forgot to save my vehicle, which makes it a bit sad because it means I'll never ever see it again. So you know, if you want to save your vehicles, make sure you remember to do that. But yeah, alright. It went decent. If I re-enable the camera control, I see that this airship, that's what destroyed me. That was a bit annoying with its guns. I was too focused on the small shoe vehicle at the front of me. And I ignored the big threat that was above me. Airships are always dangerous. You have to take that into account. Alright, so far so good. I'll go back to main menu for the time being. And I'll quickly check if the stream is fine, just to make sure. And I'll take a sip of my tea as well. So give me 1 second and I'll be right back. Alright, I have returned. Sorry for this little intermission, but I had to check if everything is fine with the live stream. I also had to drink a little bit because I have been talking for 3.5 hours now. Anywho, again, Dieselpunk Wars, it's out now. If you've been watching thus far, you should know if you like this game or not. If you like it, check out the Steam page and go ahead and buy it. I do encourage it. I am biased. I am one of the developers, so obviously I am biased. But the game does have, in my opinion, a ton of potential. Now, another thing that I talked about is the battle simulator, the thing that we have improved so much for this release and for the patch 1.1. So I'm going to go ahead and showcase that to you right now, because this is one of the biggest things we've changed since leaving early access. I could also showcase the volley map, but you know what, I might revisit the endless mode later, so I'll probably do it on that map. You know what, I might not have the time to do that. Besides, this is a new map that we have created because our fans and our players asked us for a new map that is relatively flat, has wide open terrain, perfect for testing out your vehicles. And this is another reason why we created this map as open as it is, and that is because we wanted this map to be perfect for creating your custom scenarios. Because keep in mind, now that Dieselpunk Wars is out and its patch 1.1 is officially released, you can actually create your own scenarios and share them with other players. As you can see, let's say I create a scenario where the player will have to destroy a boss vehicle. So let's say I want the player to destroy something relatively stationary so that it doesn't run away from me. I would probably create a vehicle for that matter for the purpose of a scenario, but since I didn't, let's go ahead and just pick something that won't move all that much, although all of those vehicles are good so they will move. Let's go for Mr. 5. So let's say I want to destroy Mr. 5. This is going to be the target, so I'll click that it must be destroyed. So now this vehicle is a boss that the player will have to destroy. The boss is going to just be a sniper vehicle, so it will try to avoid confrontation with the player as well. Next up, since it is a boss, I wanted to have some goons to protect it. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a few vehicles. So for instance, I could give it a few of the... How about my endless vehicles? They're rather rubbish. This is from one of my attempts at the endless mode, which I failed, as you might imagine, but you know what? Yeah, let's include that as well. I'll keep it here on the side. It will protect the boss. It doesn't have to be destroyed. I will not mark it as such. It's just something that will interrupt the player and be general annoyance. Moreover, this guy, I mean, he's very strong. It doesn't need much support, but let's give him a little bit of support, shall we? So I'm going to go ahead and give him something that can ram the player if he gets too close. So let's give him 2 sea drills and send them to ram. Now, because of a new function, I can now also copy vehicles. So I have a sea drill selected. I can now just press E and it copied the sea drill with the same settings. Although actually it didn't, because it didn't copy the RAM. But it copies a vehicle and then you can apply any settings you want. Again, because those guys are just bodyguards for the main hero vehicle, so they're not going to try too much. They're not important for the player. Finally, maybe some airship to protect the red team. Nothing too fast, nothing too powerful. So how about I give them Greenie 2? This is one of my campaign vehicles. I'll give them that. Although I think I didn't designate it as a flyer, so never mind. I'll give them a Death Cloud. There we go. And that should be good. And this should be quite a decent array of enemies that will prevent the A player from reaching the boss. Now, what's more is I could also have it so that this vehicle right over there, it has a move target. If I click on this button, then you will see that a small bow appeared, and this is the place where this vehicle will try to go to. So maybe this is like a forward scout for the red team, and I really wanted to go to over here, because this is where the player will come from, and this guy will try to find out where the player is. Meanwhile, maybe I want this drill guy to also have a move target, and I wanted to go to over here, just to check out if nobody is moving from the side and trying to do something weird and kinky. Alright, so far so good. And now, just let's mix it up a little bit. Let's make it easier for the player. Let's spawn something for the blue team. And this will be a distraction of sorts. So I'll use the full release vehicle for this. And this is something that I created in the endless mode, if you recall. It was destroyed, defeated quite soundly. And it will also have a move target, and I'll move it towards the big boss right over there. It will probably get destroyed, but I want it to move around. And finally, let us create a player vehicle. So I'll choose a different team, that being a player. And for me, I really like the black belt. This is one of the vehicles of my creation. It's really powerful and it should do okay. As you can see, the enemy team does have a fairly big advantage over what I have in terms of points. The points designate how many points each team has, and as you can see, I do have the disadvantage in theory, but in practice, you know, I might be able to make this work. Finally, I'm going to go ahead and select is controlled by player, and now this is the hero vehicle. This is what the player will play once they launch the scenario. And finally, I could save this battle as anything I want, and I could save it and I could then publish it on Steam. Now, I cannot actually do this. I'm playing on a closed version of this game without access to Steam and without access to Steam Workshop. Or internet, even for that matter, except for, you know, the internet I'm using to stream. But basically, I cannot do that, but you as players will be able to publish your own maps. Now, just keep in mind that you're on maps and you're on scenarios, more importantly. Just keep in mind, when you publish your scenarios on the Steam Workshop, always publish the vehicles that you created to go along with the map. So for instance, if I were to publish this map, I would need to also publish my own creation, the Black Belt, because it's a vehicle that isn't by default included in the game. So make sure you remember that whenever you publish your stuff. So okay, I'm going to go ahead and start my challenge now. I'm going to start moving forward, and soon I can see the enemy scout moving in, hitting a tree. That's fine, let's go ahead and destroy him. He's returning fire, but even though he has now spotted me, he has no chance against the Black Belt. I can press the asterisk button to repair my vehicle. Actually, I can't because I'm in active war zone. I forgot, so I can't. And as you can see, the enemy is fighting. I can't quite see them very well, but they are engaging in orbit. No, that's not really in orbit. So they're busy with each other, but that gives me a chance to deal with other enemies. I can try to dispatch the side goons, or I could instead just try to nail the boss hero. So I'll go for that. I'll focus fire on the boss enemy that is trying to avoid me. I'll unleash everything I have. And there we go. The Black Belt with its powerful armor-piercing weapons was able to destroy it, and I won. Nice. Awesome. Now you could also try to play this scenario differently. You could try to, for instance, say that maybe the red team will have some sort of... let's reset everything, first of all. Maybe the red team is going to have some backup coming. Some kind of airship that will be there in a moment and will help them defend. So, what could I use for this? Maybe a thundercloud? Maybe, or maybe just a miniature airship. So, I'll spawn a miniature airship for the red team over here. And I'll give it a move target. And I'll basically tell it to go... Oops, I accidentally made a copy of it, so let's go ahead and remove that copy. So, I basically want this bomber to go more or less to where the boss is and help reinforce the boss. So reinforcements are coming for the red team. Maybe I'll include some sort of ground vehicle as well. Something dangerous, perhaps. Let's see what we have. Final hour is another flying vehicle. So let's not use too many flying vehicles though. Blade Racer is rather fast. So I'm also going to give it a move target, and I'm going to order it to also move in the direction of the boss, more or less, and maybe go to over here. Oops, I clicked away from it. Did I deselect its move target? I did, but now it works. Alright, so let's go ahead and move the move target to, let's say, over here. So basically, this will put the player on a timer. And now the player will have a limited amount of time to act before they are jumped on by red reinforcements. Or maybe I'll intercept those reinforcements, who knows. I could also show ship names if I wanted to, but that's not really important or necessary. So let's go ahead and move. And you know what, I think I'll do just that. I'll try to intercept those reinforcements. I can't, I forgot about the scout. Alright. Let's go ahead and kill the scout then. He doesn't have a lot of armor, so it should go down easily. But as you can see, I am under fire by the enemy. And oh, the boss is actually trying to go ahead and snipe me. Well, it is set as a sniper, not to just completely avoid combat, so that is what is going over there. So I'll go ahead and do that. I did see the bomber the red bomber, it is over there, and I do also see the blade racer. They have come in to reinforce, but they're not the strongest vehicles, so they don't have all that much to do in this situation. And I'm going to go ahead and ram the enemy as hard as I can. And well, the enemy does have decent armor, so that didn't work out quite as well as I hoped for. Well, let's go ahead and try to back out if at all possible. Or just try to push through the enemy. There we go, like this. Now my black belt is now taking a lot more damage and not doing nearly as well as it did last time, but it can drift quite nicely, so I'm going to keep using this. I still have one spike at the front, so I can still try to ram the enemy. Let's go ahead and do that. And unfortunately this time around I was defeated. It's possible that I could have won had I played it out a little bit differently, but hey, it's up to you to check out. I could save and publish this battle, but again, I personally cannot. I'm not connected to Steam Workshop. So those are the big changes we've made to the battle simulator. We hope that the players will now be able to share their battles with each other. And of course, there's one thing I should probably mention. Because battle simulator and sharing scenarios between players relies heavily on Steam Workshop, it's also the bit that we're able to test the least. So if you encounter any bugs related to sharing scenarios or playing scenarios shared by other players, please let us know on Steam forums or on our Discord channel. And then we'll be able to create a hotfix for you if necessary and publish it as soon as possible. Obviously we want this game to work perfectly fine for everybody regardless of circumstances. Now allow me to take a sip of a drink. This time around it's going to be water because I'm out of tea. Delicious water. And I'm going to continue telling you more things about the game. Now, of course, there is a campaign mode. Like I mentioned, I probably could showcase the campaign mode a little bit to you. Right now, the latest save I have is probably not compatible with the current version of the game. So, just FYI, if something bugs out, that's because I'm doing something you should never do. I'm loading a save file made from an internal, untested build into a different build, so everything could go wrongly. But as you can see, so far things are working out. I'm in the campaign mode and I am currently ready to start a mission of some sort. So basically, if I go over to that marker over there, I'll start a mission. Now, I'm not sure if I can or if I should in fact show you any spoilers or not. That's a good question to answer, but I'll just go quickly through any in-game text and we'll see what happens, shall we? Now this vehicle I have right here, it's a little bit difficult to maneuver, so I'll probably need to improve it later on over the course of this campaign. So right now the campaign is talking about things that I did. On purpose I moved through the cutscenes and I'm going to go ahead and start it. So basically right now the mission I'm on is a race mission, so there will be a little bit less destroying, a little bit more running around. And with this vehicle I have, I most certainly will not be able to actually succeed in this mission. I will need to make it a little bit better, and in fact, as you can see, I almost left the track already, so this is a little bit awkward. So I'm going to go ahead and try to speed as fast along this track as fast as possible. I can destroy those barricades that are in my way, by the way, and you are encouraged to do that, otherwise it could be a little bit difficult to actually, you know, complete this challenge. Alright, this time around I wasn't able to destroy it. Ooh, and I lost my front wheel, and this is probably going to be it. So I lost my wheel, nothing else to do here now but to reject mission, and I could have just restarted it honestly, but I think it's safe to say that I need to create a somewhat better vehicle, so let's go ahead and get to doing it. So this vehicle, I mean, I do like it. If I repair it, you will see that it's a decent enough little vehicle I created in this campaign. It can fly around. It doesn't fly very well, but it can fly around. It also does have a booster. I unlocked a few extra special active abilities, so for instance, if I'm on the fire, I'll be able to douse the flames. I also, oops, got caught on that bit of terrain right over there. Let's go ahead and give more air to my balloon to fly over it and land again. There we go. So let's go ahead and modify my vehicle. Flying is cool and all, but I think that by this point I need something that can race really well. So let's go ahead and enable mirror and get rid of all of those expensive balloons that are now on top of my vehicle. And get back to what I was working with before. I don't need those engines and those extra propellers either. So now I have this small but probably relatively fast vehicle. I could make it better, however. So let's get rid of those wheels and make it a bit more maneuverable, shall we? So how am I going to do this? I'm probably going to, as you can see, I still have saved up the hotbar that I created earlier on in this campaign. So let's go ahead and replace it a little bit with different parts. So for hull, I'll go for a regular cube. And then I'll extend this vehicle backwards a little bit. Oops, I didn't delete those. It seems like I didn't delete those wheels. That is fine, however. Alright, so now my vehicle is going to have more room for said wheels, and now I can go ahead and select the kind of wheels I want to have. So this is a race mission. I probably want the very best propellers I have access to. At this point, I could use some tracks in the back just to give me a good amount of traction and speed. I mean, they are tracks after all. And then at the front, I'll probably want to have, let's see, just some sort of turnable wheels. But what kind of turnable wheels? I don't have access to too many things. I'm still early on in the campaign, honestly. So a regular turnable wheel is the best I can do at this point in time. So let's go ahead and add those, and they will help me move around a ton. Finally, I still have a good amount of budget. So I could go ahead and go to hull, see what I have available. Regular cubes, alright. I'll just make sure that the inside of my ship is well protected, but I also at the same time probably want to add more tracks for my vehicle to make it even faster than it already is. Like this. So this should make this vehicle a fairly fast tank, like being creature thingy. I don't like how this bit is a little bit, you know, edgy, and it's also not very good when somebody's firing upon me. So I'll get rid of those two blocks. Actually, this back section in its entirety, and expose a bit of my vehicle as it is right now. And what I will do is I'll probably add, let's see, I want to add more rocket modules. I probably do, actually, just to make sure that I can accelerate even faster than before. So let's go ahead and go to movement, rockets. I also have access to mechanical legs, because why not? These are fun. You can literally create robots in this game, and that's really cool in my opinion. And do I have access to what triangle? Yes, I do. So let's go ahead and add it and make sure that its color matches the other colors of this vehicle, like so. And then I'll probably want to cover this bit right over here. So I'll go ahead and go for the slope version and make sure that the back section of my vehicle is well covered. Now I could check the center of mass. It seems to be fairly centered, I guess, so it's going to be just fine. Now I do have a lot of budget left, and I probably want my vehicle to be a little bit better at returning fire at anything that tries to destroy me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check out the guns that I have access to, and I do have access to one particularly big gun, and I really want to use it. So let's go ahead and do just that. Ooh, that's where I put an ammo block. So I probably want to keep it secure. So let's go ahead and put my gun like this in front. Oh, this looks really ugly, honestly. And it's probably a bit too heavy, honestly, for my purposes. So let's go ahead and do something else. You know what? I'm going to just undo a bunch of things. Delete this gun. And yeah, I cannot keep undoing when I'm deleting guns. So you know what? Never mind. I'm just going to do this. I also needed to get rid of the ammo block in the first place. And just let's see, how can I make this work? I don't think this is gonna make sense. It's going to be way too big and too heavy for this vehicle. So let's just go for regular guns. Small turrets like so, and they're going to protrude from the back of my vehicle. Like this, and over here in the back, we're also going to have more turrets like this, maybe? No, honestly, I think that 3 are quite enough. Instead, I'm going to get rid of those turrets, and I'm going to give myself some anti-air capabilities over here on the sides, as well as maybe, just maybe, a mortar version of the turret. So it's going to go over here in the middle. And also I need to replace some of these cubes right over there and make sure that they're made of iron this time around. Oops, I deleted something I didn't want to probably. So these are going to be quite a little bit tougher, and I'm going to give them anti-air capabilities. Another section of hardened cubes over here with more anti-air turrets. And as for those guys, it really bothers me that they are protruding from the middle of my vehicle. So you know what, I'm going to go ahead and improve my armor a little bit. And you know what, I really should start using mirror again. I'll go ahead and add a triangle over here. I'll add inverse triangle over here. And now my vehicle is a little bit more aerodynamic, and it can defend itself just a little bit better, which is always very important. Then I'll add, let's see, a slope over here and like that, and then finally cubes over here to protect the insides of the vehicle. How do I want to protect the engine and the rest? I was tempted to put some extra guns over here, but I think I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to, that's the wrong way to put this part. I'm going to just keep it as well armored as possible. And finally, at the top, I'm going to add one more turret, one more anti-air turret, and this should be quite good. Finally, what I'm going to do is make sure that those turrets are automated, so that if they encounter an enemy, they'll just fire on their own, and I won't have to even worry about it. This should also help me... I'm sorry. This should also help me a great deal during this race, because as you might imagine, it might be a bit difficult for me to race and also take care of my guns. So there's that. I really need another sip of water because I'm about to cough and I don't think I will be able to stop it. Apologies for that bit, but it should be a lot better now. Excellent. So now that this is all over, my vehicle has been changed, and oh, I don't have an ammo storage? Oh, I thought I included one somewhere, but I guess I didn't. Well, that is fine. I do have some space. Now, in technically speaking, ammo storage should be hidden very well and very far away from your command block, because if it explodes, well, you're in very big trouble. But I'll put it over here and hope that it's going to be okay. And that it doesn't blow my vehicle in its entirety. Finally, it seems like I don't have enough crew. So I'll just go ahead and add a bit more crew to make sure that I'm meeting all the criteria. And as you can see now, there are no red notifications. I do need exhaust and cooling. And yes, that is a good point. I really need to have exhaust and cooling. So let's go ahead and go into the cooling section. And the cooler modules are very, very efficient. I like using them a lot. So I'm going to go ahead and use those. And they will be able to cool my vehicle quite efficiently. I still have a ton of budget, but maybe I don't need to use it. You know, I'm also on a tight time schedule. So let's see, is my vehicle fast? It is. Is it maneuverable? I mean, it could be better, but the important thing is that it is quite fast, and that's what I care about. You know what? I could also just showcase one of the cooler modules we have available, that being the jumper module. In case I ever need to jump over something, let's go ahead and install that. That could be kind of cool. So let's go ahead and go to movement and jumper. And I'll install them right here at the bottom, basically allowing my vehicle to jump whenever necessary. And you can see this because when I press the spacebar, it jumps. Oh no! I need to be very careful with that. What if I add two more? Does it jump a little bit better? Only a little bit. Okay, let's get rid of those two. How does it jump now? Okay, that's better. Now it actually properly jumps. Okay. I think I'm ready for this particular race. Let's see if I can actually complete it. I'm again going to skip through the dialogue. And I'm going to go ahead and start. So, as you can see, thanks to my automated turrets, one of the fortifications has already been destroyed. And I'm moving at a very fast speed. There are mines on the track as well, just because things can get a little bit dicey, but so far so good. I am making good time. I think now okay, there was a mine. This doesn't count. I didn't see it. I mean, I suppose that's the point of a mine being there in the first place. But what I did notice is that I need to have a bit more cooling capabilities. And also, I wasn't very aerodynamic, so let's go ahead and fix that too by checking the front of my ship. Yeah, it seems like, oh yeah, I'll turn off mirror because it seems like I messed something up with the front of my ship. So basically I'll press Q to rotate my parts and make them rotated in the way I want. Hold on a second, I'm confusing myself. Okay, like this, and then like this, and then like this, and now this part looks right. Okay, and then I'll probably need like a quad triangle module, and I'll probably also need to rotate it quite a bit. So how does it look now? Well, absolutely wrong. That's not how you want to insert your parts. It's a little bit tricky sometimes. Okay, I'm almost there now. I just need to rotate it one last time, and there we go. Alright, so now my vehicle is going to be a lot more aerodynamic. So it's going to do a lot better now, I think. But there's also one other thing I mentioned that troubled me, and that is the fact that I'm still building up a lot of heat, meaning that I cannot quite accelerate, or rather use my boosters as often as I would like to. So let's go back to cooling, and let's go ahead and add exhaust pipes to the back of my vehicle where the cooling modules are. This should help me a little bit. And I should be able to dissipate heat a little bit faster now. Also, my vehicle looks a little bit cooler. You know what? I might actually, in fact, save it. Let's call it Hello 1. I don't know why it's called Hello in the first place. And let's see if I can now complete this race. I'll try my best, at the very least. Hopefully it is going to work just fine. So, here we go. The race is about to start. We've seen the start already. Let's go ahead and do this. I forgot to start accelerating as soon as we started, but thankfully my turrets, my automated turrets, are doing a good job at getting rid of all of those pesky blockades. I can now brake, turn and accelerate as fast as possible. Alright, unleashing another volley on this bit right there. There is a mine right behind it that destroyed me last time, so make sure to remember about that. Drifting a little bit, another section destroyed, nice. And now time to jump. So hopefully I will not run out of juice. Alright, oof. No. Okay, this is a little bit bad. But I lost some of my tracks because I landed on a bit that I really shouldn't land on. But that's a mine. Okay, I jumped, I used my jumping modules. I think I lost some because it was a very poor jump. But I'm still in the race. Can I do it in time? I'm not entirely certain, but I'll definitely try my hardest. Losing one of my tracks was a bit of an issue. I'll not use this jumping platform because I am not an amphibious vehicle. If I were to land inside the water, that would be problematic. I could jump over that one, but I don't think I want to. Besides, I just destroyed this obstacle right over there. Is that a mine? No, I think that was just a leftover of one of the bits that I was destroying earlier. I see another mine before me and another place I need to get to. I really want to complete this race and get to the next part. So let's go ahead and reach it. There we go, that's right. For anybody just tuning in, this is Dieselpunk Wars and I'm currently playing in the campaign mode. Later on I'll showcase you some of the other modes because we do have a creative mode, which is basically a creative mode where you get to create any vehicle you desire and any scenario, any situations you desire as well, and you can do basically anything, including manipulating gravity and physics and everything. There is also a battle simulation mode which I showcased just not too long ago, where you can create your own scenarios and share them with other players via the Steam Workshop. And finally there is the endless mode, where you fight against increasingly powerful waves of enemies, and there we go, victory and success. I was able to do this, so let's continue trying with this race, shall we? I'm going to unlock another ability. How about Tough Guy, extra HP? In the campaign mode you do have abilities, by the way. Oh, let's see, power production, repair, no, I'll go for Tough Guy, yes. I like passive skills because I don't have to think about them. I'll repair myself because I definitely have to sustain some damage in this race. And finally, I'm going to go ahead and... I mean, I do have more building budget, I could add more weapons to my vehicle. Do I really want to do is a good question. And I'm not entirely sure what the answer to that is. I could add a rocket launcher, I could add some close combat weapons. You know what? Drills are always fun, so I could just add maybe like one drill at the front of my vehicle so that if anybody comes too close, I'll drill them to bits. Also, if memory serves me right, I'm about to enter a race. And in a race scenario, I probably need to have some weapons that are going to fire behind me. So what do I have in store for such occasions? Let's have a quick look. Those guns aren't the strongest, honestly. Let's get a hemisphere gun. What I could do is I could invert them, but you know what? Actually, let's not think too much about it. Let's give it a try, and then if my vehicle is not up to snuff, then we'll see what happens. So as you can see, we're now going to enter a race with a bunch of other vehicles. Let's see how well we can do this. So they're starting, they have the upper hand for the time being. But it's all about gaining the upper hand, and I'll do my best to try to... Oof! What happened over there? The guy just rammed me and tore me in half. Alright, yeah, no, I cannot do this. The enemies were actually able to destroy me. I could improve my vehicle, of course, and try this again, but... I've been live streaming for 4 hours now. I can live stream for about an hour more, so I think I will use this hour for something a little bit different. So get back to the main menu and showcase you another cool thing that you have in store waiting for you in Dieselpunk Wars. But first I need to take a sip of my drink and check if the live stream is fine. So just listen to the main menu music, check out our CGI trailer, and give me just 2 minutes, I'll be right back. Alright, I have returned as promised, and now we can continue. So, I just showcased the campaign, I have shown you every battle mode available in the Dieselpunk Wars up to this point. And I believe that what is left is to go back to the endless mode and see how far I can get while playing endless mode on our new map. For those of you just tuning in, Dieselpunk Wars has just recently been launched out of early access, meaning that it was in early access before, but now it is available as a full release, with a completely new game mode available in patch 1.1, with a lot of new options for creating scenarios and sharing them with other players, which wasn't possible earlier on. But a bunch of other fixes, a new map that you can see right now, and a bunch of other things. In fact, there's even an image to show you of the changes that we have implemented up to this point. You can take a look at it. It's also available on our Steam store page, so you can check it out over there too. But suffice to say that we've been very busy with making this game as good as possible ever since it launched in early access. So now we're going to go ahead and continue the live stream that is in celebration of us leaving the early access. Let's go ahead and start by clearing our vehicle. Since I just loaded into the endless mode, I'm going to create a new vehicle from scratch. I already explained how to create vehicles earlier on in this live stream, twice in fact, so in order not to repeat myself, I'm just going to go ahead and create something as cool as possible, as quickly as possible. So, you know what, let's actually use some different colors than usual. Let's add different materials too. Yeah, let's use hard steel, red hard steel, yeah. That's going to be cool. In fact, let's go ahead and paint this color, I said red, onto our command module. There we go, that's going to be nice. Right, going back to hard steel, enabling mirror mode, so that's all good. And first of all, frames. Now, I probably don't need the frames to be made of hard steel. As you can see, doing that uses a lot of my budget, so for now I'll just use iron instead. And that... Wait, is that using the same amount of budget for the frames? No, it's not. Iron is a bit more efficient, so let's go ahead and do that. And for the time being, I'm going to create a spine for my vehicle. Basically create a nice amount of separation between the command module and the front of the vehicle so that I don't have to be afraid that anybody is going to cause any troubles to my vehicle. Next up, I'm going to go ahead and also create the side sections of my vehicle. Now, this is probably a little bit too ambitious for the budget that you start with in the endless mode, but I think I'll be able to manage. I honestly think it's going to be fine. So I'll use small diesel engines because this is Dieselpunk and it's steampunk. So I'm definitely going to be using diesel engines. And I'll use them somewhere over here. They can catch on fire, but they are far away from the command block for me not to worry about it. I'll then go ahead and grab some liquid fuel. Again, same principle. I'm not afraid of it catching on fire. It's far enough from the command block. And finally, I'll add an ammunition block. Now, this guy does have to be far away, otherwise I might be in a lot of trouble. So it's going to have a good amount of separation between it and the rest of my ship. In fact, you know what? I think I'm going to put it even further away from the core of my ship. So maybe if one ammo block explodes, the other one won't. Here's hoping at the very least. Next up, I'll need to have some crew compartments, so let's go ahead and grab that real quick. I'm going to add the crew over here, near where my command block is, because the crew, you know, using bodies to protect your most critical section of the ship, I see no problem with that. I may have used a few too many of them, my budget has tanked quite a bit, and I'm not even started yet, really. But that's okay. All my things are no longer in the red. I still need exhaust on cooling, but I think I will skip that for this basic vehicle. I do, however, need some means of moving around. So let's see. I'm going to start with... I could just go for front wheels instead. Internal front wheels. You know what? Why not? Let's go for double turnable front wheel. And that's an issue, but keep in mind, like I mentioned, I'm not playing in the actual release version of the game. I'm playing it on a slightly older version, so if you see any bugs, they very well might have been fixed by the time you see them. So anywho, there we go. Added some wheels at the front of my vehicle. I can get back to the mirror mode, and I'm going to go ahead and create a bit more of a separation between my ammo blocks and more wheels. And in fact, I'll probably want to add even more wheels to my vehicle, so let's go ahead and do that. Another cube right here, like this, and all of this is going to make this a very fast vehicle. Now, you don't really have to worry about your vehicle being fast at this stage of the game. It's probably the least of your worries, honestly. But I like fast vehicles, so I'm going to do that. And this vehicle looks rather cool, I would say. And it has what it takes to become a really awesome one. if I develop it right. Now, it is going to need some guns, of course, so let's see. I'm going to go ahead and prepare. I might decide to give it a fixed gun, although I am personally a big fan of just those guns that can protrude over the top of the vehicle, and mortar turret is also useful. By the way, I didn't cover this, but those things you can see, AP or HE, they are marking the usefulness of a gun. So basically, guns can have different types of ammo. You can have armor-piercing ammo, such as in those guns that I'm clicking at right now. This is an armor-piercing turret. Or you can have high explosive turrets, which are better against low armored targets that you want to do a lot of damage to quickly. Alright, so let's go ahead and I'm going to add another frame over here, and on top of that frame I will add a small turret like this. Then at the front of my vehicle I'll probably add a regular cube, and at the top of this cube I'll add a mortar, and finally I'll add on the sides of my vehicle 2 anti-air guns. Now my vehicle is basically unprotected, doesn't have any of its key compartments protected, especially it doesn't have its ammo block protected, which is a bit of a problem. It also doesn't have enough power, meaning that I did overdo it with the engines and I probably won't be able to move very well. But I want to see if it can perform well enough. Let's see. It's a bit of an experiment, you see? Let's see if it's going to work. If not, I'll just start over. It's all fine and dandy, let's just have a bit of fun here. I'm going to select modify and give auto aim to my side turrets, and I'll have control over the other turrets that I have available. So, there we go. There's my vehicle. It moves relatively well, I suppose. I have no problems with that, so let's start the first wave. And oh, this guy has an armor-piercing weapon. No! Let's outmaneuver it. I need to outmaneuver it because otherwise... Oh, I lost my engines. I cannot move anymore. Well, you really should invest in armor. You land that here first, yes. Maybe, just maybe, I can snipe his turret, and then I'll still be alive. Oh, he's avoiding. He's dodging. Come on, just destroy the turret, and then... Okay, I did it! Wow, I didn't expect that, honestly. Good thing too, because if this guy simply drove away, I would not have been able to chase him because I lost all of my engines. I mean, there is a way to repair your vehicle, of course. You just have to press the asterisk button, and as long as you're not under fire, your vehicle will start repairing, so you don't have to worry about that too much. But still, things were going very poorly for me, but it all worked out in the end. So the first wave, if you're playing the endless mode, the first wave you can go for a vehicle that is barely armored as long as you have a decent enough weapons available. Alright, what did I unlock? Some of the decorative modules, those are not very important. Machine gun, that's not very good. Cables, ballast, I mean that's very important if I wanted to create a ship or a submarine, but that's not what I'm trying to do. So I was a little bit unlucky with my unlocks. I could use some machine guns, they're very cheap, honestly, so they're not the worst, but they're neither armor piercing nor high explosive, so they're relatively weak against everything. That's why they're so cheap, of course. Alright, well, for the time being, I think what I will need to do is, first of all, build up the frames so that, again, if the enemy destroys a key component of my vehicle, the parts won't start flying everywhere, and I'll be able to actually keep the vehicle more or less in one piece. So for that reason, I'll reinforce it like so. So this is going to make it much harder for the enemy to cut off critical pieces of the vehicle away from it. Next up, I noticed I didn't have enough power, so I could add 2 extra engines. I'll add them to the side over here. Now I have plenty of power. So even if the enemy destroys my engines, I'll still be able to use the side engines to move around. Next up, I really need to protect my ammo blocks, because if I lose them, then I'm dead in the water. So I'm going to go ahead and protect them like so. by making sure they are surrounded by regular ammo blocks. Now my vehicle isn't very aerodynamic at this point in time, so I'll probably need to fix that real quick. That's fine, however I can do this relatively easily. I can go for a very long slope, and then cube times 3, cube times 4, I'll need all of those for building. And quad triangles, regular slope, triangle, inverse triangle, and also I forgot I don't have detection, so if the enemy is a little bit on the stealthy side, I will not be able to see them, so let's go ahead and make sure I have at least one block of detection available. Alright, now that I have that, I have to keep in mind that my vehicle should be at least a little bit aerodynamic, because this not only makes my vehicle faster, but it also means that my vehicle is going to be more likely to deflect enemy incoming missile fire. Or any sort of projectiles that the enemy fires at me, and that is usually very important. So I'm going to go ahead and go like this. So this is going to make it more likely that any shots the enemy fires at me from the front will bounce off. I'll do a somewhat similar thing on the near the back, like this. Now this doesn't look very nice actually, so let's not do this. I can be satisfied with the front. Alright, now that this is done, I probably want to increase the firepower of my vehicle, so I'm going to do just that by giving me a little bit more room to work with. So now that I have this area at the top of my vehicle over here, I can add some more turrets. For now, my turrets have worked pretty well for me. I'm going to add something that is a little bit more protected from incoming fire though. That is going to be the hemisphere gun. They're quite reliable and they deal a decent amount of damage. I will of course enable auto aim on those, because I'll focus my own attention on the back turrets as well as this front mortar turret. Speaking of the back turrets, they were probably not high enough to be effective anymore, so I'm going to increase their height even more so by placing them like this, and this should allow me to them to fire without hitting my own vehicle, which is always very important, as you might imagine. Excellent. Finally, I probably should make sure that my vehicle is a little bit more protected from the sides. So I'll do that by adding a bit more of the slope modules, as well as inverse triangles. So like this, and slopes over here. And finally, oh, I'm over budget now. But this looks so cool. The eternal problem. Alright, what can I get rid of? Probably I don't need as much crew as I currently have. Indeed, I'm still well over my needs, so I can even get rid of more of those guys. And I have a lot more budget to work with, so I'm definitely going to keep it as it currently is. I'm going to add another inverse triangle to make my vehicle as cool looking as possible and of course as efficient as possible. Right, now it's a bit protected from the side. My budget is also unfortunately running out, so I'll make sure that I am protecting. So I'll make sure that I protect the ammo blocks a little bit better by giving them those kind of bits on the side, so it's way harder for the enemy to actually hit them. Alright, that's all I can do now. This is going to have to be enough. I think for the second wave I should still be strong enough. I should be able to do this, defeat it, but we're only going to find out now. So I'm going to go ahead and enter into the play mode. I'm also going to go ahead and check how does my vehicle behave. It moves. Okay, it is slow when it comes to braking, but it accelerates relatively well. Alright, let's give it a shot. Let's try again with the endless mode, second wave. Right, this enemy seems to be a lot weaker than before, so... Oh, it's actually facing me forward now. Okay, I'll back up a little bit. I'll try to keep firing. I know that there's an enemy on the side. I should probably take a look at what it is. I don't know. But it's firing at me from two... They are firing at me from two sides at the same time. I probably don't want this, so I'll try to make some distance. Okay, one enemy down. Another one is somewhere behind the trees. Oh, my auto turret is destroyed. Excellent. And I locked a tank turret, a double turret. So plenty of turrets. That's excellent. That's exactly what I needed. I also unlocked the gas turbine, which is a different type of engine. and even more stuff. Excellent. All right. Let's go ahead and then really quickly have a quick look at what I can do with all the things that I have unlocked. First of all, I want to see exactly what I have. So, everything. What is there that's new? A large ammo storage? Well, I might need it at some point, but not just yet. RAM, a tank turret, those are always fun. A huge mech leg. I mean, these are fun too, but I don't think I'll be using them. I think the new turret is what I'm going to go for. I also have a new front turret and a double anti-air turret. Oh, okay, that's a lot of really cool things I can play around with. So these turrets, as you can see, they are rather big and they are very devastating when they hit something in the front of your vehicle. And you know what? I might actually invest in those. I have plenty of budget available right now. So I'm going to go ahead and install those. Like this, and if anybody comes, stands in front of my vehicle, they'll be torn to pieces by those armor-piercing turrets. They are armor-piercing, right? Yes, they are, as expected. Very well. As for the tank turret, it's... how big is it? It's 2x2. I could just put it over here. Like here-ish. They look a little bit dappy when they're this much side by side, but I think it's okay, and it makes my vehicle much more powerful. So I'll do that. And finally, the back turrets I'll replace with the anti-air turrets, because they're very efficient at clearing out any sort of targets that are trying to creep up on me and cause any sort of problems. In case, as for mech legs, I don't think I will be using them. My vehicle is not nowhere near large enough for me to make a proper use of them. I mean, look how big those are. They're all the way into the terrain because, yeah, my vehicle is too big. So yeah, I'm not going to use them, obviously. Do you have anything else interesting? Oh yeah, I have anti-air artilleries and machine guns and whatnot. I probably won't use the machine gun, really. Some decorative modules, whatever. It's going... so far it's alright. For now it's alright, rather. You know what? I probably want to move those guns a little bit further to the back. Now this looks a little bit more stable, I believe. Okay, so... let's go ahead and finish applying armor to my vehicle as well, just so that it can actually survive incoming fire from the enemy. So just like this, a triangle here, inverse triangle here, and a triangle here, and this is going to be good enough. And this should mean that if anybody tries to attack me from the back, they should have a rather hard time doing so. Now, more importantly, I need to do the same thing on the sides of my vehicle to protect the insides of what I have, like so, alright? I probably want to do something similar over here, but how do I want to do this? I still have plenty of budget, so I can go crazy. I probably will go a little bit crazy, so like this. Then a regular triangle over here, and a regular triangle over there. With a slope for good measure. And an inverse triangle here. Excellent. Now, if you're just tuning in, this is Dieselpunk Wars, a game that is all about very advanced vehicle construction and destruction. It does have 4 different play modes. It has a campaign mode, it has a battle simulator mode, it has an endless mode, which I'm playing right now. And in the endless mode, you get to fight against increasingly powerful waves of enemies. It's a lot of fun. I am currently preparing my vehicle for another wave of enemies. Now, this is, I can now expect flying enemies to start appearing, so I probably need to invest in some armor near the back, so I'll definitely make sure that I'm well covered from that angle. Yeah, I'll definitely need to do that. Oh, and anyway, there is another, I was talking about the modes that are available. There is obviously also the battle simulation mode, where you can create your own scenarios and share them with other players via Steam Workshop. Which is one of the most important features that we have announced for Dieselpunk Wars leaving early access. What's more, this game does have a very advanced physics simulation, so every single shot is calculated in real time, so things like ricochets can happen if the enemy projectile impacts on a piece of vehicle that at the right angle the projectile might actually bounce off. It's entirely possible. Vehicles can be cut in half, literally cut in half. They can be set ablaze, they can be flooded. All of this is cool, and I'm out of budget for the next wave, so I cannot make my vehicle any tougher, but it's already a fairly tough vehicle. What I have left to do is enable auto-aim for the turrets that I can enable auto-aim for, because I'll be rather busy with, you know, targeting the turrets that are the other turrets that I have available. Now oh, that's a problem. I don't have enough crew anymore. And you need crew to operate your guns. But I have 2/3 of the required crew. I'm sure this is going to be fine, right? Let's see how it goes. Let's exit the build mode. Oops. Exit the build mode. Okay, I am turning very slowly. Now this is because when you don't have enough crew, all of your compartments start operating at a reduced efficiency. Meaning that, for instance, my engines right now produce a lot less power than they otherwise would. The same will go for my turrets, though they will reload a lot slower, which is also a bit of a problem. But hopefully I'll still be able to defeat the enemy, so let's start the next wave. Okay, there's an enemy over there. I should be able to... Oh, wow! They destroyed my ammo block instantly, meaning that I am now riding around with just one ammo block and a lot less stuff that I normally would have. Okay, let's 10. My vehicle is still operational somehow. Don't ask me how that wheel is attached. It is, and that's what matters. There is a bomber. Can I fire up on it? I can, but only with my mortar, which is a bit of a problem. What about this vehicle on the ground? I should be able to destroy it quite easily. I would hope, but because I have lost a lot of my ammo and a lot of my crew, I am not very good at doing just that. Alright, and I cannot brake very well either, so turning around is also a bit of a challenge. But those enemy vehicles, they are very tiny, but because of the losses I have sustained, it's getting a little bit tough for me to destroy them. Right, one vehicle remaining. It is outside of my detection radius, so I only know that there is a vehicle somewhere, but I don't know exactly how it's positioned. I can try to fire upon it, and I think I was able to make a contact, but my reload time is also getting higher and higher because of the damage I sustained, and finally I'm able to detect the enemy vehicle. Let's see if I can actually destroy it. There we go! Bazinga! Right, so the enemies have been destroyed. Excellent. Now what is there left to do? Well, obviously, just as before, I need to upgrade my vehicle. So far it performed really well, but I noticed that the back section where my ammo compartments are, it was destroyed really easily, and I didn't like that. So what I'll need to do is, I'll move a little bit first and foremost. And I'll reinforce my vehicle, first of all with armor. Actually, first I'll check what I unlocked, because this could be quite interesting. Gas turbine, yes I know. Fixed old gun, that's unfortunate. A minigun, oh, those are really cool. So miniguns are some of the more powerful turrets you can have in this game, but the downside to a minigun is that they build up heat. So if they build up too much heat, that's not how I want to place them. If they build up too much heat, what will happen is that they will no longer be able to fire, and they might even catch on fire. And you don't really want this to happen. So I strongly encourage you to ensure that it doesn't happen. So if I want to use those miniguns, and trust me I do, I need to make sure that my vehicle does have a good amount of cooling available. And my budget is almost spent already on just those two miniguns. So I do have access to a cooler module. These are very efficient at cooling your vehicle, so I'll keep them somewhere here. And I will definitely need some more crew, so I'll get rid of some of those cooling modules. I'll get another crew compartment because I really need those. I could create some bridges and whatnot, but no, let's just keep making crew compartments. So there's a space over there and a space over there. And now my crew requirements are all met, and I still have a bit more budget, which is excellent. It means that I can reinforce my vehicle even further. So let's go ahead and continue doing that, shall we? First of all, I'll probably need to have some more armor in the front. You know what? I know I have a big hole in here, and that it's probably not ideal. But I'm yet to see the enemy punch through it, so I'm almost tempted to leave it be. But alas, I'm annoyed when there is a foe that is left unfilled, so I decided to fill it. And now all I need to do is spend the rest of my budget, which I don't have. And that's a bit of a problem. I wanted to reinforce the back of my vehicle, because this is where the enemy was destroying my ammo compartments earlier on. Also, I am a little bit afraid that I don't have enough ammo to actually sustain all of the vehicles, all of the turrets that I have currently access to. Well, we will see what I can do. Can I actually enable auto-aim for those two turrets at the front? I don't remember. I can't. Well, I expected as much. That's going to be okay though. Let's go ahead and start the next wave. So I'm immediately attacked from all sides, and I know that my backside is a little bit vulnerable and exposed. So let's go ahead and quickly move past the enemy as fast as possible, and then I'll start to turn. Alright, let's not get caught on fire. Let's start making that tight maneuver. Where is the enemy bomber? It's right over there. Can I possibly fire upon it? Well, yes I can, but I believe those were automatic turrets that destroyed it. Right, I see another vehicle over there. Let's see if I can destroy it. Yes I can. So far so good. My armor is still holding. I still have some ammo left, and I'm reloading my guns as we speak. Right, this vehicle, it still wants to party. Well, let's make sure that it doesn't get to. Right, it's gone. What else do we have? There's another vehicle remaining. It's behind this tree line, so let's go ahead and move around it. So just to see if I can get a better shot. Where is it? Oh, it's right in the middle of all of those trees. What a pesky vehicle. That was... Look at it trying to use the terrain as cover. That was smart, but it wasn't enough. Alright, so good. So far so good. I was able to make my way into the 6th wave. That's actually very impressive by my standards. I haven't reached this wave before. I mean, you know how it is, how the saying goes. Developers are always the worst at their own games. And that is very much so true. So I'm happy that I reached this particular point in time. Alright, let's see. What did I unlock this time around? Because I didn't check. Let's see, a passenger room, I don't need that. Gas turbine, a huge diesel engine, that's cool. I might need that at some point. A flat pump, this is basically what helps you when your vehicle, falls into water and starts being flooded. This is usually better for ships, however. A boulder's blade, a gun round with armor piercing. You know what, in terms of guns department, I think I'm doing okay. I think the biggest problem is with me surviving the enemy attacks. That is what is so far being a little bit difficult for me. Also, I probably could use some extra ammo. So what I'm going to do is add a new ammo block. So let's go ahead and look for it. I do have a large ammo storage, but I'm very scared of using it. Very scared. If the enemy hits it, then it's going to be maybe not a game over for me, but it's going to be very close to being a game over for me. Nevertheless, I'll try to use it, and I'll give it some better protection by surrounding it with Q blocks on all sides, so it's a little bit more difficult for the enemy shots to actually penetrate it all the way to my ammo block. So now I should have a little bit more ammo. Now I do need to have a little bit more, a vehicle that's a little bit faster, because it was very difficult to maneuver. So I'm going to check what I unlocked. I unlocked the huge tracks. Alas, I think that huge tracks are a little bit too huge for my needs. As you can see, I do not even have enough space to actually properly put them, which is a bit of an issue. Yeah, I mean, this looks silly. So I'm not gonna use them for this vehicle. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'll use that wheel on the sides, and that wheel is a little bit more powerful than what I was using before. So this should do me quite nicely. And this should make my vehicle a little bit better. I could, however, and this is something I'm thinking about, I could use two of them on each side. So if I go like this and then like this, then I do need more power, but my vehicle should be a lot faster. Not very maneuverable though, but a lot faster still. So okay, now that I know what I need, power, I can add it. So I did gain a few engines after the last wave of enemies. So I'm going to go and see if I can go ahead and grab a huge diesel engine. It is, well, as the name implies, huge, so it will be a little bit difficult to fit it, but I did have just enough room, and now I'm out of fuel, so that's another problem, and I'm also over budget by a ton. Alright, so let's go ahead and get rid of those small diesel engines, and I'm still over budget. Alright, how can I go under budget? I really wanted to use huge diesel engines, but you know what? I guess I can just use one of those. And that's gonna be enough. And I'll also use, I'll reinstall the small diesel engines. I should have enough budget for those. And I'll finally enable mirror again because I need to add more fuel. So let's go ahead and grab liquid fuel. And actually I do not have the space for those engines because I need to add more fuel instead. I hoped I would be able to add one more fuel, but it seems like that is not the case. Alright, how about I add... Well, there's nothing I need to add really, so just add one more frame. And because my vehicle keeps suffering from the back, I can now go ahead and modify its backside a little bit. So I'm going to use hard steel instead of regular iron, which is going to be a lot more stronger. I'm going to color it black because why not? And I'm going to replace some of the back blocks just to make it withstand a bit more firepower. Basically trying to make sure that my ammo blocks are protected to the best of my ability. Now it's going to be a little bit difficult to click on the middle area, but you know what, this actually looks really cool. I'm gonna leave it as it is. And I'm a little bit over budget, so let's go back to regular iron and red color. And now it's perfect. So I have reinforced backside. Oh yeah. This is good. You know what? I'm gonna save this vehicle. I'm gonna save it as 123 because I don't have time to think of a cool name and there's a live stream to be doing, so yeah, that's going to be good enough. I could also give it some decals, and I think I'm gonna, just because it's about time. Actually, let's see what I have. A regular skull? Why not? Let's make it white as well. So let's put it over here, or maybe over here, that's gonna be cooler. Yeah, like this. Then I will probably want to use... This is a cool decal, I like it, I'm gonna use it, and I'm gonna use it at the front. Over here I again need to apply the other decal that I found. Like this, and maybe something in the back. I'll be looking over here quite a lot, so maybe one more thing. Let's have a quick look at the things that are Kickstarter backer exclusives. I'm not sure actually which ones are Kickstarter backer exclusives and which ones were created by Kickstarter backers. I'll just go for this, I suppose. Alright, and I believe this is all that she wrote. I don't think I need anything else from this vehicle, so let's turn it around. And you know what? I'll get ready to run as quickly as possible this time around. So normally enemies, they catch me in a bad spot. I'm gonna go somewhere they don't expect. So I'm ready. So let's start the next wave and start going as quickly as possible. So one enemy vehicle is right above me and I will not really be able to do anything about it, but it's fine. Let's go over here, and oh, I really cannot stand. I have a lot of power and a lot of mass, meaning that it's difficult for me to turn, but thankfully it is also easy for me to just literally roll over a smaller vehicle, and I just crashed it underneath my own weight, which is absolutely something you can do in this battle, in this game. Another thing you can do, I'm gonna showcase in a second, because it's also a very cool feature, and I really want this to show it to you, because I have shown it already a few times in the past, but there is also a screenshot mode. So whenever you press F11, you pause the time and you get to see the action as it's happening right now, and you can see all the little things that are happening while the battle is going on. You can see all the parts that fell out of my vehicle as it was being damaged. You can see my shots just impacting on that enemy vehicle, And you can see that some of them did actually ricochet off their armor and flew all the way into the sky over here. And you can even see the individual bullets as they are high in the air after being bounced off the enemy armor. You can see, well, everything really. And I really like the screenshot mode because it lets you take those really cool, awesome screenshots. And did you know that there is even an achievement for taking a screenshot when you are very low on HP? Yeah, give it a try. It's fun. But anyway, let's leave the screenshot mode and continue firing. This guy is drifting. He's drifting really nice. And I think I lost one of my ammo blocks, which is a bit of a problem. But it happens. And this guy, it seems like after he witnessed the full might of my firepower, this guy actually... Oh! I'm missing a quarter of my vehicle. It's probably not ideal. It's all because of this bastard. But I'll make sure that he pays for what he's done to my beloved vehicle. Alright, I need to tan again. This time around, it's the backside that is the most reinforced. So I need to tan a little bit around, make more room between me and my enemies, and basically ensure that when they fire upon the most heavily fortified side. But I also need to fire upon them, so... Wait, can I turn? Oh no, I cannot turn! I lost my turnable wheels, I can only go forward and backwards. Wait, but I can go out of the enemy's range, and maybe I'll be able to repair. If I can repair, everything is going to be fine. So just drive forward as fast as I can, try to leave the enemy range, drive over those trees if I have to. Alright, so far so good. I'm building up distance between me and my pursuers, even though I cannot turn. And okay, this is good enough. Let's repair. And there we go, I'm now ready for combat. Okay, let's bring it to the enemy. So now I can unleash the full might of my vehicle upon the enemy again. Of course I'll miss every single shot, because the enemy is strafing and juking and diving. Is this a controlled dive? I'm not sure. They might just crash land now, which is fine by me. Yes, they are now gone. Excellent. Alright, the enemy's airship is still up in the air and it's trying to destroy me. It's doing a relatively good job of it as well, I have to admit, but now that I had a chance to repair myself, I think it's going to be okay for the most part. It is on fire now. When paths catch on fire, they might spread the fire and they might be destroyed, so this is a pretty good result in my eyes. Okay, is this the last vehicle remaining? I'm not sure, it might not be. No, my radio shows that there are more enemies. But I do want to make sure that this particular vehicle is destroyed before I proceed. Well, right now I don't have the best angle because it is right above me. So let's go ahead and build some distance between me and him. And just see how I unleash absolute hell upon it. And there we go, it's gone. Excellent. Alright, let's keep playing, shall we? What else do we have? We have 3 more vehicles somewhere, lurking for a final strike. Well, let's find them and let's beat them to it. Oh, I don't have any detection modules on the side, so I can barely see enemy vehicles. That's a bit awkward, but that's fine. Let's go ahead and keep destroying this one. And now that I have all my guys pointing at it, this vehicle is just being torn asunder. Kind of. Am I out of ammo? I think I am out of ammo. I should have brought more ammunition. So basically what happens when you're out of ammo is that you can still fire, but your reload times get ridiculously long as you produce more ammunition. So that is the reason why I have limited ability to fire upon the enemy now. But it should be okay. This drone ship, after I fired upon it, it no longer has control over where it's flying and what it's doing. And as I take aim at the enemy, soon there will be nothing left of it. Alright, fire again. Come on, just die already. I feel like the villain in those movies where you just want the hero to be destroyed, but he still hangs on by a thread. This is a very light ship I'm firing at, so as you can see, those few balloons it has are more than enough to actually keep it sustainable. It's still firing at me too. Alright, there we go, it's gone. Now there's just one vehicle left for me to destroy. It is difficult for me to tan, but I am still tanning, which is good. I'll probably need to cut through the forest right here, but that's fine. Let's try to break. Man, my mass is so big that this vehicle is not very maneuverable at all. It is very difficult to move it around, in fact, but such is the way of things. Oh! Yeah, it's one of the vehicles I damaged and it fell to the river. Well, I should be able to just destroy it very quickly. There we go, it's destroyed. Excellent. So now I get to back out of this lake. Actually, it's easier if I just hold shift and while in the build mode, if I move my vehicle to where I like to build. And then all I have to do left is to enable the mirror mode, nice and easy, repair my vehicle. And now all that I need to do is just go ahead and prepare for the next wave. I don't have that much of a budget to spend, but I can check what there is available. So what did I gain this time around? The support pillar? Yeah, I don't care about that. And gas turbines. I probably need to increase my ammo capacity actually now that I think about it, so I need to do that. Some pipes, some decorative modules, a lot of other things. Bigger turrets, but nothing all that essential honestly, so I think it's good. I'm going to go ahead and increase my ammo capacity for the time being. Where did I hide my ammo though? All right, it's over here. So I'll put it like this. Oh, and I want to be red. I don't want to be white or anything. That's gonna be way better when I'm red. Okay, so this ammo module, it's a little bit exposed like the arrows were before it. I know, I'll try to make it a little bit better. And what would be even better is if I could again reinforce this bit with hard steel. So I'm going to do just that. I'm going to select black, select hard steel. I might even increase the ammo thickness. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, if anybody tries to fire upon my ammo modules from the side, they're going to have a mighty hard time getting anywhere, really. Were there any other bits and pieces of my vehicle that needed reinforcements? I'm not sure. I guess I might as well reinforce the wheels because they're most likely to suffer under enemy assault. Alright, so now I have a bit more titanium reinforcement. That's good. Now, I probably need something to control my vehicle a little bit better, and to that end I need better wheels, or tenable wheels at the very least. So let's go back to land propeller. I do have triangle tracks now, which is an interesting prospect, but they are a little bit too small for my vehicle, I believe. So I'm going to go ahead and install tenable wheels instead, and I'll install them on both sides of this vehicle. And again, I'll be using hard steel to make sure that they can actually stay put and they don't break off. I still have a decent amount of budget left, however. So let's see. The enemy is most likely going to hit me on the sides. So let's go ahead and modify my armor to increase my resistance to the enemy's attacks. So let's go ahead and do that. Like this. And I think this should mean that it's going to be very difficult for the enemy to actually properly snipe me on the side like they did in the past. Can I even reinforce those wheels as well? Why not? Right, I think this is pretty decent, although I have noticed that my guns do have a tendency of breaking apart every once in a while, so I might also want to have some sort of anti-air gun available for me in the middle of my ship, because, you know, the enemy might still attack me, and I would rather make sure that they don't do too much damage. This gun is only for underwater, so I don't need that. But anti-air artillery, it's small, it's going to be just fine, so I'm going to put it over here. Do I have mirror enabled? Yes, I do. So this a little bit of artillery is going to help me. I might as well put it over here. Again, to help me with any flyers I find. Actually, this was already too much, so let's uninstall this power. I still need more power, I need another engine, I forgot about this, but so far my vehicle is doing relatively well for itself. So maybe I'll do it differently this time around. This time I'll go over there, and then I'll turn it back to engage the enemy. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's start the next wave, and let's ride into the unknown. Alright, so then let's start slowly turning, as the enemy unfortunately is still firing upon me, but my automated turrets are doing a very good job of destroying the enemy as well, so this is going relatively okay. Can I fire upon a ship I do not quite see? Yes, I can. I even did a decent amount of damage, I think, but now I mostly missed, so that was unfortunate. Let's keep firing. Right, that enemy is destroyed. Who is next? Right, there's an enemy right there. This is relatively well armored. That's a bit of a problem. Let's go ahead and keep fighting. I can probably keep this up much longer than the enemies. I think this is the best. I mean, this is definitely the best endless run I've ever made up to this point. Alright, this bomber wanted to drop some hot bombs on me, but not this time. Not this time. Alright, let's go ahead and just keep destroying the enemy vehicles. Let's literally ride over that one vehicle, and there's one enemy left. And I can just unleash on him with all my turrets. And the enemy should be swiftly dispatched. And there we go, the enemy is gone as well. Can I keep this up even longer? Wait, there's two enemies somewhere. Oh, yeah, first of all, this guy may not look like it, but he's still an active enemy. And I can see on the radar there's another enemy somewhere over there. So let's go ahead and try to find them. Shall we? Can I cut through this forest without damaging my vehicle too much? I mean, I can, but it's not really effective. Let's just blow up the trees. Who cares about trees, right? I mean, we're living in the world of Dieselpunk. I'm pretty sure by this point global warming has already happened and there's nothing else you can do about it. Where is the enemy? Can't quite see him. Is he behind this forest there? Oh, my turrets are already firing upon him. Yes, he's over there. It looks like he's seen better days. Okay. That was the last of the enemy. I guess it was badly destroyed. So that's so far so good. Okay. Oh, I unlocked a big minigun. That's cool. That's cool. But I'm not sure where I would place it exactly. So a big minigun, just like the smaller variations, is a minigun. When it fires, it builds up quite a bit of heat. But it's unlike the small miniguns. It's stationary. It basically works like those forward guns I have over here. So not very effective. But still a fun weapon nonetheless. What did I say I need? Oh yes, I need more power for my vehicle. So let's go ahead and add the launch engine I was talking about. I cannot find it, but that's okay. I can just reselect it. Huge diesel engine, nicely done, and I'll put it over here. And now I need a bit more crew and a bit more fuel. So let's go ahead and make sure I have that. So I had a fuel somewhere. Okay, there we go. Liquid fuel. I'll put it over here. And as for the crew, I'll put it right here. And now I have everything I need. I have a bit of budget left, but honestly I think my vehicle is good enough. In fact, I'm gonna save it again. It's doing so well, it deserves to be saved. Alright, and now I'm going to go ahead and do my tactic once again. Let's start the next wave. I'm surrounded as soon as I start. That's okay though. I'll destroy this vehicle first, so that I can then turn around and fight the enemy on my turf per se. There's a tree, but a single tree is not really a problem. I'll move around and look for other targets. Oh yeah, I forgot I need detection blocks because I cannot even see the enemies all that well. Alright, there's another enemy ship right there gone. There's another one. I feel epic. I'm just destroying them left, right, and center. Another one gone. Alright, so far so great. There are just a few more vehicles to be destroyed. And then everything will be over. Now the enemy is firing a lot. He's using a lot of firepower upon me. And yeah, and there are still more vehicles coming because in the later waves, once you kill a few enemies, there will be more enemies that will come. So you have to be ready for this. There are reinforcements the enemies can use. Alright, I am taking a lot of damage. I want to get out of there. And because my armor, even though I do have titanium armor in the back, I'm afraid it might be too much for my vehicle. So let's move backwards a little bit. This is a bit of a rough terrain that I entered, but I'm still doing it. Let's go ahead and destroy this bomber before it drops any bombs on me. If I do get hit by even a single bomb, then that'll be the end of me. Bombs are excellent. And the only way to protect yourself against bombs is to either move away from them, or alternatively is to have a layered armor at over the top of your vehicle. I have created vehicles like this in the past, and they are fully effective against bombs, but usually such vehicles are way too heavy to be land vehicles, so this is only a tactic you could use if you were using sea vehicles instead. Right, let's go ahead and destroy this bomber. Don't let it drop any more bombs. I don't think it did thus far. Yeah, I'm not seeing any bombs. Alright, I don't think it had a good angle. And it's gone. Alright. There's one enemy remaining, and it's right over there. Oh, it's a flying enemy that also fell to the ground after being attacked too much. So I think this guy is toast. Although, that being said, I am also a little bit stuck. So I'm going to become unstuck and also repair my vehicle while I'm at it, because this is something I can do now that I am not in active combat. And I can also continue firing at the enemy because there's no reason not to. Alright. The enemy has been dispatched and I should still soon get the victory notification, and I did. So far, so great. Let's go ahead and prepare for another round. My vehicle is performing very well. I'm super proud of it. Let's go ahead and repair it. Let's keep this up. Now, I am scheduled to end this live stream in about 15 minutes, but I just can't stop. I won't stop. So let's go ahead and continue that, because there's no reason to stop. I'll again modify, or rather reinforce the side of my vehicle, because I want it to be able to withstand more firepower. Like this. It now has a very powerful frame, and it should be very difficult for the enemy to reach the ammo blocks that the lower frame is protecting. So everything should be hunky-dory in that respect. Alright, I am leaving this red triangle here though, because it looks cool. Alright, so far so good. I'll probably want to reinforce my turrets a little bit as well. The anti-air turrets as well. All of my turrets, really, they deserve to be as resilient as possible. Even the mortar, even though it's rarely used. My budget is almost spent just on making sure that my vehicle has more titanium. And I didn't even get to check what I unlocked. And I do want to know what I unlocked. I believe those were a bunch of new guns. There's a piston, so that's nice. The big minigun is still waiting for me. Propellers, I could make a sea vehicle now, but no point in this particular mode. More turrets, our monster double wheel, those are cool. I kind of want to use that, but I don't think I will have the budget for it. Yeah, 60. I don't have the budget for it. So for now this is okay. My vehicle is very defensive. Let's actually make sure that it can survive even more by painting some more armor at the top of it. So I'll make sure that its command module is well protected. And also the vehicle does look a bit cooler. Oh, I remember now. The one thing I continuously forget about. And that is the detection. You do need to have detection in order to see your enemies and obviously fire upon them. You've seen what happens a few times already when you don't have enough detection. And I want to prevent that from happening. Question is, where can I put the detection block? Where would it make the most sense? I probably could put one over here instead of that block right over there. So I'll actually do just that. Another detection block at the front, and then I'll go for a few detection blocks on the sides, and those can be made of iron. It's fine. I cannot... Oh yeah, I know why. It's because there's a turret right in front of my viewport, which is... Well, you cannot really see very well when there's something right in front of your viewport, can you? So I had to get rid of this anti-air turret, and now I was able to install some viewports on the front. And you know what? I could also install one on the back, right over here, just so that it's a little bit easier for me to, you know, keep track of enemy vehicles, because that's always important. Finally, I'm also going to reinstall the anti-air guns I got rid of right over here, like so and like so. And I'm super slightly over budget, really. All right, let's go ahead and modify one part of my vehicle somewhere. You know what, maybe this turret right here, it doesn't need to be made of hard steel. It could just be made of iron, and that's gonna be enough. All right, let's change things around. This time I'm going to run to the side just to keep things entertaining, keep things new, and make sure that nothing is ever the same. All right, let's start the next wave, and let's see how well I can do now. Right. So far so good. Somebody is using incendiary ammo on me because I could see a lot of fire on my vehicle, but it's fine. This guy is having a very bad day since I'm unloading on it with all my guns and it's gone. Okay, so now that this is done and over with, I can... Oof, I was stuck for a second there, just as a new wave was spawning. Right, so anyway, now that this is done, I can continue walking around, rather driving around. I'll try to lead my enemies on a merry chase. I need to cool my guns down a little bit because my the miniguns, they build up a lot of heat that I was not able to dissipate. So let's go ahead and stop for a second. Let's stand back around and get ready to intercept the enemy once more. So get ready and fire. Now this vehicle is a rather easy one, so it should be destroyed without any problems. Another vehicle over here, ready to be destroyed. Come on, just die already. All right, I'm gonna leave that be for the time being. My automated turrets are going to dispatch it. I see a fly over there. It's probably a bit of a problem. There is one half destroyed vehicle over here. I could get rid of it. I'm trying to, at the very least. Yeah, the enemies, they are being destroyed left, right, and center. And my vehicle is still doing quite fine. Now, I really need to make my vehicle more maneuverable though, because it's having such an incredibly hard time turning around. I cannot really pick the engagements I want to pick, so that's a problem, but I was able to at the very least unleash on this annoying little flyer. And hopefully it's going to go away now. Hopefully, maybe. No, I'm having a hard time this one. Right. Oh, I know what I didn't do, which would have helped me tremendously. I didn't enable the auto-targeting systems for my anti-air artillery. What are you doing? This guy decided to come down to my level. Maybe it ran out of fuel or something. I don't know. I don't necessarily care. There is an enemy I cannot see over there. I wonder if I can fire at him. I'm not sure what happened here. Oh, an enemy came and my automated turrets destroyed him. That's good, probably. Are there more enemies coming? Yes, there is another enemy. Let's go ahead and destroy that one as well. As you can see, the further we go along into this wave mode, the more enemies are going to spawn and the more they are going to be dangerous and damaging to my vehicle. As you can see, so far, my vehicle has taken severe damage, but it is still it still works. It still works, and it is going to probably prevail once more. I'm going to drive over this little bad boy and I'm going to crush it underneath my weight. Weight is a real thing that you have to take into account in this game as well, just like air drag, ricochet chance, everything else. Alright, there's a bomber. Bombers are scary, but I should be able to destroy it if it just stops running away. Oh, you're right. You know what? It's going to come back to me. Let's focus on different vehicles for now. So air vehicles so far has proven to be the most annoying vehicles for my vehicle to deal with. It's having a bit of a tough time, but it's doing fine, I think. Although that being said, I am being preoccupied by them, and there's still some ground vehicles to clear out. So let's see if I can... Oh, that's actually not a ground vehicle. That's one of the drone ships that could no longer fly. Oh, how sad. The fly lost its wings. I'm going to rip them out. Hopefully. Come on, just die already. Alright, this guy is definitely toast. Oh, my engines are caught on fire because I was accelerating for too long. That's pretty bad. I don't really have any means of cooling down at this point, and this battle is still ongoing as well, so I just hope that it's going to be okay enough for me to prevail in this encounter. And the airships, yeah, the airships are really doing it. They're attacking my vehicle from all sides, and I cannot quite maneuver My vehicle is so heavy, I need some better wheels and I need more power. I need more engines. Okay, let's zoom in with my camera a little bit and open fire. Right. And first and most importantly, get out of here, because this is where bad things happen. The enemies were able to deal quite a number on me. But as you can see, the titanium armor I have in the back, actually that's a titanium, that's hard steel. Titanium would be way more resilient than that. But my hard steel armor so far doing quite well. Let's go ahead and move backwards a little bit. It's so heavy. I must have lost an engine or something. My vehicle is not performing very well. I am losing control over it. And yes, oh, I absolutely did lose an engine. I lost a big portion of my vehicle actually already. So that's why it's so difficult for me to maneuver. Well, I will not give up, however, even though this might be the end. The enemy doesn't have a lot left, but that being said, I don't have much left either. I can continue firing upon those flyers, but there is just so little I can do sometimes. Right, let's keep backing away. Let's re-establish a decent position. Let's see if I can destroy some more vehicles. There is definitely a bomber right over there. Yeah, that's where it is. Let's go ahead and destroy it if at all possible. Come on, stop running away. I know you want to die. What's so wrong about being destroyed by me? Fine, let it be. I should have a better angle of assault against those things. You know what? I think that by this point in the endless mode, I really should invest in a flying vehicle. But it will be very difficult to have my vehicle lift off the ground, so this might be a little bit impossible. Right. Right, this guy is barely operational. Are there any other vehicles I can destroy? Finish. Oh, yeah, there is one that is hiding behind some bushes. Alright, let's destroy this one as well. So far, so good. And there are some more vehicles further away. Alright, let's look for them. Oh, another one entered in the water. Let's go ahead and make sure that it is punished for being so silly. Let's go ahead and position my own vehicle a little bit better. And open fire. Of course, water is actually a decent source of protection, so this guy knows what he's doing. But he will eventually be destroyed, I'm sure. Of course, the downside of him is that since he is being flooded currently, he cannot really fire that well, or even get out of this mess that he got himself into. The downside for me is that, did I just go into the water myself? Yes, I did. Can I get out of the water? No. Oh, why did I do that? No! Oh, that's very anticlimactic. Well, I didn't think about making my vehicle amphibious, so even if I do repair it, I don't think I will be able to get out of the water now. I'm now even standing over the enemy vehicle, so yeah. I don't think there's anything I can do at this point but to concede. It was a good run though. I got 33,955 points, so that's good enough. Even though I was eventually defeated by the environment, and my vehicle is slowly but surely sinking, as that enemy vehicle is slowly losing its HP due to being submerged underwater. Nevertheless, this live stream has lasted for quite a while, and I have shown you the endless mode I have shown you a lot of it. So just before we end, I am going to showcase a little bit more of a battle simulator. Let's go for... Where have we not been yet? Race? Yeah, let's go to the race map. Why not? Actually, wait, we have been on the race map because of the camp... Whatever. I might as well showcase that map to you again, because there is really no reason not to, right? So, now that it is here, I can go ahead and design a battle in this racetrack that we have over here. Well, let's go ahead and design something simple to end the day. First of all, there's my ship. It's glorious. I did save it, so I'll assign it to the red team. It seems appropriate. And it's going to be just a regular ship, and it's going to stay here. I'm going to give the blue team, let's see, what could I... The first hour. So basically I'll give one ship to each team, each created by me, during one of the live streams. And finally for the pirates, I'll give them a black belt, because it's a very powerful vehicle. I'm very curious to see which vehicle is going to do the best. The black belt, I believe it should be a ramming vehicle, so should the final hour. Those guys should really be as close as possible. This guy probably wants to keep a bit more of a distance though. But I'll give it a move order so that once the battle starts, it will not try to run away from the enemy, but instead it will get to over here. Why not? Alright, I will not be controlling this vehicle, this battle, I will not be taking part in it. I just want to see what the AI does. And as we watch the final explosions, I can go ahead and tell you a little bit more about this game as we end this off. So ladies and gentlemen, the game you're watching right now is Dieselpunk Wars. It is available on Steam right now after leaving early access. In its current mode, it has very advanced physics simulation with realistic damage designs. It does have a photo mode where you get to see how each bullet actually can ricochet off enemy armor. Vehicles can be set ablaze, they can be cut in half, parts of it can be destroyed and whatnot. All of this is something that can happen, and I accidentally took control over this vehicle, which is fine. Actually, I didn't take control of it, I am just looking at things from its perspective. Nevertheless, as you can see, all of this cool stuff, I don't know where it's going, I think I gave it the order to do that. Nevertheless, as you can see, all of this cool stuff is right here, and you can really create anything you want, either in the battle simulator like I showcased just now, which, again, just to remind you, you can save your scenarios and then you can publish them on the Steam Workshop so that other players can enjoy them, and this is a really big feature that I like it. Just keep in mind that if you do publish anything, make sure that you also publish the vehicles that you include in your scenarios so that other players can play it. And then you can, for instance, say that, okay, I want the player to control this vehicle right up there, and the player has to destroy this vehicle. So if this vehicle is destroyed, the player is going to win. So if I start the battle now, I'll start the battle as the final hour, and it is my goal to destroy this particular vehicle. Can I do it? It's probably fairly unlikely, but I'll do my hardest, try my hardest to destroy it. Still, this is just an example of what you can do in this game. There are a lot more modes to have fun in. Oh, that was a big explosion. So anyway, this was the battle simulation. I just finished showing you the endless mode with increasingly powerful waves of enemies. I have shown you the creative mode where you can do really anything you desire, including manipulating physics. If you want to read more information about each different feature that we have included in patch 1.1 for the release out of early access, then you can go ahead and check our Steam news where we have talked about every single feature we have added in 1.1. There's a lot to read through, but if you have any questions, you should be answered by those posts we have been posting. And if you have any more questions that I didn't answer, then of course feel free to join our Discord server. We do have an official company Discord server, as well as you can also just post whatever you think about this game on our Steam forums, leave a review, do whatever you want and like. Everything will be very much appreciated and very welcome. Meanwhile, for me, this is going to be the goodbye. I have been live streaming for 5 hours with a little break in between. My voice, as you can probably hear, is shot. If you're just getting into the game, I do recommend that you check out the tutorials, and if those do not cut it, I recommend that you check the live stream I just finished, because during this live stream I talked a lot about how to create a vehicle, how to control a vehicle, and the tricks and tips, everything you could imagine. Now, where can you watch this live stream if you're just tuning in now and you want to know more about Dieselpunk Wars? Well, there are two ways. One, you can go to our YouTube channel where there should be a recording of this particular live stream. If there isn't, I'll get on uploading it as soon as possible, but typically speaking, YouTube should have the complete recording. Here's hoping. If that doesn't work, do not be afraid, because we are also going to start a rerun of this particular live stream on Steam. So shortly after I'm finished with this particular stream, I will continue the live stream, and it will just be a rerun of what you have already seen. So if you're new players, stick around. In a few minutes you again get to see the entire live stream, 5 hours of it all over again. As for everybody else, I want to thank you again for watching, and this is Dieselpunk Wars. Check out other titles made by Image Power Studios. Of course, right now Dieselpunk Wars is the only one available on Steam, but we are working on several different titles that are very interesting, such as Creature Lab, where you get to be an evil, crazy scientist and design your own monsters. That's my personal favorite. We also have things such as Ambulance Simulator and Off-Road Mechanic Simulator or Yacht Mechanic Simulator. For those of you who are more into the simulator genre, a lot of things are under production, but Dieselpunk Wars has just left early access. We're thrilled to share it with you. We hope you're going to have a fun time, and if you have any comments or any bug reports, anything, let us know. Thank you very much for watching. Have good battles, share those battles with your friends, have a great time, and we will see you online.